Hey guys, sup. We have something to before we actually um check out the character. We haven't made any updates since yesterday, but we have farmed a ton. We currently are sitting at about 3k FE, a bit over, and we have more farming to do before we're ready to actually make an upgrade. Yeah, so that puts us at 3,500 FE. What is my goal currently? Yeah, so we're gonna be trying to get one of those expensive ones. I'm literally watching these things either expire or just straight up get bought out, but it's fine. Had a busy day, so didn't get to play much during the day, so it's mostly been the progress I made last night. Going to continue making progress today. But before we do anything, we do have a trailer to watch that I held off on looking at because, well, I knew it's something I wanted to react to live. So let's do that. Now, if I can go ahead and find this, it's last epoch. They released a trailer for their next season, and while I'm at it, why the fuck do you no longer shut the fuck up when I'm on something else? I don't know when that changed, but like I never said it should change. All right, just be quiet. Thank you. Share, you're loud. I assume it's... What is this scroll bar at the bottom? What the hell? Why is there a scroll bar? Beneath ancient skies.
Clever girl.
Oh shit, a new chapter in this campaign? Which means, I mean, that was the same mob, but it's a new zone is what that means. That's kind of cool. Walking on chains. This reminds me a lot of the other era, the prehistoric era, whatever they call it. Also, can we just say this is the Lich, is it not? This is Hungry Souls. Look, it is. It's the this is literally the Lich. The Lich form. These are the Hungry Souls. What is that projectile count? More projectiles too. Oh, that's kind of cool. Also, I kind of like this scenery here. These maybe they don't translate well. They don't look too good from this because it kind of just look flat. But I like this chain scene. Like I like this chain. Oh, new enemies, maybe. I'd rather have less campaign. I mean, fair, 100% fair. I like the scenery, looks nice. I really hope it does translate to having a more varied experience when it comes to endgame, because now they have more mob types to spice things up in your average map. Because one thing I will say for last epoch is the end game. My problem with it is it ends up feeling very, very, very still very quick, and They just haven't figured that out yet. I'm really hoping they do, but they just haven't so far, at least for me. What are these? Wildfire Embers, Primordial Amulet. So this is an amulet, this is a relic, this is a ring. Every second while in combat, your ignites are spread among, so they get proliferation. And you have a 35% chance to create a wildfire with next ignited enemy. What do? When you directly use a fire skill, each wildfire wisp within 12 meters has a 5% chance to repeat the skill with an additional 300% ignite chance. So this is insane for like barrage skills where you're just trying to cast a skill as fast as possible to apply as many ignites as possible. And then there's prolif. And this is just like all your ignites. So wait, this effectively means if you have Giga Ignite application on one enemy, you basically have clear, because it's going to spread to nearby enemies, like it's guaranteed. And I suspect it's all ignites, just every second they spread, right? So this is kind of, I think this is going to be very strong for ignite builds, or for ignite builds. That said, I don't see many minion applications simply because this guy, I mean, you can have like fire archers, I guess, and fire rates and whatnot, but it wouldn't translate well with this, I don't think. 25% fire pen with ignites, that is actually kind of decent. And this is an amulet, so you're competing with +2 levels of all on Omnis. And what was the other really good amulet that I forget the name. It kind of looks, it has minion crit multi. I just don't remember what it is. So again, not a minion unique. Seems pretty decent for Ignite's fire skill. So probably the best user of this will end up being the mage, sorcerer, whatever they call him. I think he probably has many Ignite skills that would really love this. That said, I don't know if this is going to be best in slot for him, because I just don't know amulets for them. Now for you, Tyrant's Skull, you're a relic. On unique ancient remains, what the fuck is that meant to mean? Amber amulet. So ancient remains, a new relic type, I assume, and it gives all attributes and endurance %. Okay, all attributes is new, because that's typically just not on any, I don't think it's found often. Already you're starting off with a bang. Holy, +2 to all minions. Someone's a Tyrannosaur minion. Holy. Flats Tyrannosaur melee damage. Strength stacking. You're about to make stat stacking a thing for Acolytes? You're getting strength, you're getting dex, you're getting ints, attunement. What is this? More health per uncapped endurance. Not threshold, but endurance. So you want to stack as much endurance as possible if you want to get health and damage. I like this. I like this a lot. I like this unique. The question now is, I guess with the Weaver system, you can kind of make this work. But as of last season, dropped items will always have your primary stat, right? So like an Acolyte would always drop with, I think it was int, right? Acolyte was int. Int was war. I believe it's int at least. So you'd always have int on all your gear by default. And I don't know that all attributes was a stat that you could easily get. But I have to assume with this, with stuff like this being released, there is now more support for all attributes. And this would mean for Acolytes who want to play around with this, you have to finish the campaign. You have to kill what's her face, the snake at the end. I don't know if it's not Jura, maybe it's Jura, I don't know, but you have to kill the snake because that's +1 all attributes if I remember correctly, or +2. I like this one a lot because then you get to choose what you get to either just scale everything insanely high, which I suspect would be an option to actually get like insane strength, insane dex, insane int, like all these things just scale, and then you're just doing giga damage with your one Tyrannosaur minion. Because otherwise, why would you have a singular minion? You know, especially one without a skill tree. This is the only way you'd have to scale it. But then you have Legends Entwined, which is a primordial ring, opal ring, so CDR, all attributes. Again, I think they're making all attributes more easy or easier to gets. I could be wrong, you know, but that is the vibe I am getting so far. Then, so we have counts as part of every equipped item set. Oh, this is insane. This is wild. So basically now it means if there was ever a set that you couldn't quite get to, let's say, because like I have a very good example. Last league I played Sentinel with Cyclone to someone and Maniforged forged weapons, right? And there was a really nice set for it, but I could only get to 2 set bonus, which was a decent boost, but was not going to be the giga damage for me. Was I needed the third set piece to get max weapons, if I remember correctly, or something like that. But I just couldn't justify giving up. I don't remember what it was. It was either chest or like weapon or something. It was just absolute ass to even consider using that as an option. So at the end of the day, it just wasn't feasible to get the third slot for it. But like having something like this means literally that those situations are kind of solved if the set is really important. And there is a trade-off. So it makes building very interesting. Do you want to go for that ring that has minion base crits and minion crit and minion levels and all that, which is very strong? Or would you go for this, which would complete your set or maybe allow you to get to the next set bonus? I like this item a lot. Just this line alone. I haven't seen the rest, but like this line alone is kind of really nice. And then +3 to all attributes per complete set. This will probably play very well with this because again, all attributes is king for this guy. So +3 per complete set. Maybe you're trying to complete as many sets as possible. And I do know minions have sets because like there's the Pebbles one, and then there's like when it comes to Acolyte, there are like some very, very like 2-piece sets, 3-piece sets here and there. Pebbles is the only one that comes to mind off the top of my head, but could be pretty decent to use. And then all res per complete set, all +1 to all skills per complete set. So if you have 2 of these rings, A, you'd get +6 per complete set, but B, you would also have 2 parts of every complete set. So for like 2 sets, so for like a 2 sets set item, yeah, so for every I don't know if this is how it's going to work, by the way, but I'm thinking, what if you wear 2 of them and you have 2 equipped item sets? Does that mean you literally do not need to put on a piece of that set and it just counts as it? So like you just have infinite like number of like all the 2 sets items that are being worn technically, or is it a case of you have to be wearing an item from the set for this to count as a part of that set? I assume this is the balanced way it's going to be, which is every piece of the set you wear, the rings count as a part of that set. But if you're not wearing it, then it doesn't care about it. That is my guess. I could be wrong and it could be broken, but odds are it's going to work the second way, which is still decently strong because if you have 2 rings, you can complete many sets with the remaining slots. Well, you know. And then you have it's going to give you a lot of res, it's going to give you a lot of all attributes, a lot of skill levels, especially this guy. This guy is going to make it so scaling item slots or item skills that just didn't have much support level scaling wise becomes very viable because let's say you want to scale one minion in particular, and let's say his plus skills come on like focus or on chest. You get +4 on that piece, and that's it. You now have to like squeeze an Omnis here to get +1 there, or maybe go for the ring that give you +2. But now you can actually just put say you could just put a helmet as a part of the set, a chest piece, a shield, maybe if you're using a shield, or a 2-hander, a glove, and then boots, and all of a sudden you have +5 or +6, and because assuming that was like the most important stat. And I see this being really, really strong for like like I said, manifest armor would be really, really strong for it, as well as because that guy just loves eating points. But I think there are also some minions on the Acolyte side that just love eating points as well. Off the top of my head, as Skeletal Mage, I could never get enough points on that one. That he had too many good nodes, the Skeletal Mage. So this unique will probably be decent for it. Probably not, maybe not as good as the Phantom Grip. I don't, maybe not, but you know, this is actually a very interesting, unique item that I would like to play around with. How are these exalted items? A, they are 6 modded, and B, they're in. This is the sealed affix slot. Why the fuck is what? What am I even looking at? +2 max companions is here. He has increased. So this way, let's just look at this prefix and suffix wise. These are 2 suffixes. These are 2 prefixes. This is the experimental affix, and this is just an affix they pulled out their ass. Okay. Then we have same thing is going on here. Same thing is going on here. Prefixes, suffixes, experimental, and then an affix out their ass. I wonder if you get to choose the affix because these are all like on theme, or maybe they're just for showcasing. But pulling out an extra affix on like every gear slot is a lot of power creep. How are they going to actually offer us content that would be challenging when the base game as is like already felt kind of easy? I am curious how they handle this level of power creep. Or maybe they're just going to be very hard to deal with. But if they make it so it's drop only, but so it has to drop like exalted, that is going to be problematic. Or not problematic, but it's going to be meh because it's just the same as dropping a 2 exalted item, except now it needs to be in a different slot or something like that. I suspect you should be able to alter this slot in some way to get the mod you want. The question now is it a case of it has to drop at a tier and then you can adjust the stat itself to get what you want? Or is it a case of you can craft what you want and it's going to be exalted? Or is it a case of like you have to get some like double exalted and then push it into this slot, kind of like we do with experimental affixes? We'll have to find out. But this is a lot of power creep that I wonder how they're going to manage. Oh, holy, okay, I'm down for it. She looks a lot more mobile already. Like she used to be a bit more stiff than this, so this movement, I like it. I'm really looking forward to the minion changes. August 21st, isn't that release date? When are they going to do a reveal? Do they do reveals for last epoch? They do, right? I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they do. I think they do. New skill, nice. My biggest complaint about minions in last epoch has, just from that one clip, I'd wager it hasn't been addressed. And I could be wrong again because we don't actually have information. But it's my biggest issue with minions in last epoch is the fact that they are so fast and slow at the same time. Like it's so confused, it's so jarring. Their movement speed has no issues whatsoever keeping up with you, but they always lag behind. And the experience playing minions is always you running into enemies and then waiting for minions to catch up, or for them to, like, they're never ahead of you actively engaging before you get there. You know, you don't have that PoE aggressive minion feel to it, or Torchlight aggressive minions where you haven't even gotten to the enemy, but like your minions they've seen them, they've aggroed, they're running ahead. They're always behind you, and I don't like that. That has always been my biggest problem with last epoch minions. And you would see here, it is still the exact same way. Like, Summoner is here. This is the melee guy. Like the range one's fine. The melee guy, what the fuck are you doing this far back? Explain yourself. He's not fighting anything. He's just behind. So it doesn't look like it's been fixed. I hope it's been fixed. Doesn't look like it. Wouldn't hold my breath for it. Like, look at that. Before he finally got up. Same here. See, like you have to, and look at how far in he was before they reacted. Enemy is here. They're still here. Now they're going, but like you still engage the enemy. Where is that feel of, okay, you guys go ahead of me and engage before I even get there? You know, that is the animation was kind of cool for the raptors. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Offline cosmetic support. Arcane would love that. Quality of life updates. Replace favor cost with one merchant guild. Huh? Merchant guild coins. That's kind of cool, eh? B, thank you for the UI changes. Holy. Hopefully this is more support than there was before, because Merchant Guild, you know, I loved playing it, but god damn, it was annoying. I'm probably going to go SSF this time around. I've played Merchant Guild every single season. I'm gonna give SSF a chance this time around. I'm gonna do that. But yeah, this is needed. Like, just the simple fact that you couldn't say you're looking for an item and you just needed it to be exalted, and then at least one more to be tier 7, and but you didn't want you weren't necessarily looking for the mod you were searching for to be tier 7, just like you wanted it to have it so you could then reroll the affixes because they added crafting for that. You couldn't search up items like that, if I remember correctly. There are a bunch of like use cases I could very easily come up with that I wanted to search up during my last playthrough that I couldn't search up on the trade. So hopefully that's been addressed. But the last time they did quality of life updates for Merchants Guild, that they addressed some of it but not all. And honestly, I would expect somewhat similar, where it's like they address some but not all. Oh, wait. Can you just wait? What was that? What was that animation? Is it that? Well, firstly, hopefully you can now finally click your items in your inventory and see the price, you know, based off the stats that are there. That's what I'm hoping I just saw here. That's what I'm hoping I just saw. Quick set filter. So he clicked something and then he set the filters, is my guess. Okay, that's still good. Rift Beast. Surely we get to tame beast, right? On every class. The encounter kind of reminds me of the mages, experimental mages, or whatever they call them. The acolytes? Oh, it's Sentinel. Yo, why is it that you see us and then decide to transform? You didn't take your full form before. That was a lot to unpack. That was a lot to unpack. But so far, so good. So far, so good. Last epoch sold to Crafton. Really? PUBG bought out last epoch, huh? And on this was released at the same time this one was. It's ironic, 6 hours ago. Anyways, I look forward to seeing more information about what that season is going to be on, because like I don't know if maybe some concerns I voiced just now have actually been addressed. Maybe it will be addressed. I don't know. But until we have more information, I can't say it has or hasn't. All I know is that the minion AI still seemed the same, which is I think was my biggest gripe with them. I know survivability was starting to be an issue for minions with like the new boss, like Uber. What's his face? I don't remember anymore the boss, but Uber, that guy, whoever he is. You just wouldn't have minions that survived it unless they were like temporary, like manifest web. I mean, temporary wouldn't they die just as quick as you made them. More so like giga tanky permanents like manifest armor or like abomination would be only guys that can survive it. So why are y'all squishy? Y'all are not blessed. Where are my compasses? Ooh, 20 stack. Don't mind if I do. Speaking of, now when I enter Netherrealm stages, where's the Netherrealm? Just go with pure FE. FE. I only care about FE cube when I'm doing cube, and I'm currently not farming cube. It feels so nice being able to kill the bosses at this speed. Feels so nice. And the beacons are, you know, just as plentiful. Not just as plentiful. They'll probably be like a bit rarer, but like feels nice to be able to clear it at this speed. I won't even lie to you. All right, let's actually add our compasses this time because we need them in there. Must be when I switch in my Steam Deck that the compasses just got forgotten or something. Now we can see the true experience of dying to bosses, because when bosses are too easy, I mean, they're still hella fun when they're too easy. I would rather they were too easy, but alas, overall I get more bosses this way, so what can I do? We're saving up for an upgrade, so this is an abundance, so kind of meh. Defeat reinforcements. Oh, that's easy. I don't like that there's so many different walls that can hook you when it comes to where they just position this unfazable car. I think that is one of my biggest gripes with the League mechanic. The lack of phasing make it so like it's hard to maneuver your way, at least on controller. Sometimes. when I hopped off last night, I basically sold everything, including like most of my beacons, most of the like all the snow paper I had farmed. I can realistically still go get an idea of how much everything has been total if I just add what I will have at the end of like these next 80 something maps. Oh god. Did I get stuck or what was that? Like what did you do to kill me, my dude? That reminds me, I do still have you as well. I'm going to need to be in profound to get the ticket for the next one, I believe. So we just need to get used to doing this one, this tier. Oh god, is the big target one? I really dislike it, if I'm being very honest with you. I think they end up starting too big. Like these drones, I think they end up dropping like their bombs are too big starting out. I assume it's because of the changes to the vault that these things are not lasting long. Because compared to like yesterday's vault, this is going very, very quick. Finally, FE. I have a feeling the hull on this map is not going to be the greatest from a pure FE point of view. Brother in Christ. Dude, what the fuck killed me? Is it the big guy? There's too much BS to deal with. It's the fucking... Why is there so much BS? How am I supposed to get through? Make it make sense. The moment I click this, I need to dash away. Oh, so I can actually place it somewhere that is not by the door. Don't mind if I fucking do. All right. Dude, you're kind of tanky today. Meh. Yeah, it's just 43. 6F if you count the lost secrets. But yeah, it's just 43. Compared to yesterday's haul of 80 something. How much is sinful plunder? Maybe that'll motivate me. Okay. We did. It's 35. This is an extra 70 something, 80 something. With this guy, not bad. I need to get my big upgrade so I could get even bigger like shipments coming from King's March. Or no, King's March Oasis rather. Because right now, I'm kind of locked behind Kitava. Or Drak, whatever the fuck they call him. I'm locked behind him for progressing my Oasis. And I need the DPS boosts coming from, you know, a DPS boost essentially. Nice. Something tells me in the portion that I didn't check there, something spawned in the form of a boss. Now would I go back to find out? Fuck no. Too lazy for that shit. I have no idea what I just heard. Oh shit. I don't know why I got excited. All right, we'll just stay here for this. Is what, since you guys want me to stay so bad. I'll be here. Wait, there was a red on the map. That's I need to figure out why it's there. Did you multiply? Is that it? Brother in Christ. Have you reacted to the LE stuff? Yep. I basically spent like the first 30-ish minutes reacting to LE stuff. Yeah, spent like 30 minutes reacting to a 3-minute video. Classic me. To the point where we just ran our first like 2 maps. And the announcement, there's an announcement? I reacted to the trailer. I didn't know there was an announcement. I could check for the announcement after this map. See what that's about. But I haven't seen any announcements. Yeah, of course there's a worm. Why wouldn't there be a worm? Life is incomplete without worms. Who needs a wormless map? I do. I need a wormless map. Thank you. For dying. I mean that. I really do. Thank you. I think generally I'm just getting better at handling its BS with all the terrain disadvantages that the game has to offer. Big LE drama? What could there be drama about? Like, what is there to be drama-ing about, if you will? I guess we'll find out in a bit. Let's see. Let's see what this is. Oh, you mean them being sold? I didn't see the. I didn't watch this video, but.
All right, quick recap of the game-breaking news. This is Moxjet. This is Judd. He is the owner, a founder of 11th Hour Games. We've got a big paragraph here. It essentially says, we started EHG as a passion project for Last Epoch. We love games. We're far from done. We need to continue aggressively growing. And today they're excited that 11th Hour Gaming is joining Krafton, the powerhouse behind PUBG. So they talked to a bunch of different partners and they felt that Krafton was the right one. And what I take this to mean, as I'm excited to announce that 11th Hour Gaming is joining Krafton, is that they're a subsidiary of Krafton, or they're bought out by Krafton. And so that's the news. And of course it goes on to say how this is a great
The reason the trailer came out today as damage control. You know, I did point out that the trailer and Rax's video came out on the same hours. I was like, that's kind of funny. That's kind of fun or interesting.
Thing for Last Epoch.
Like, I wonder, like in my head, I was like, I wonder if he knew about the trailer when he made the video, or like which came first, essentially.
Forward. If you start to read down here, though, you get some very mixed feelings. Please tell me you're joking. Did you not hear what happened with Unknown Worlds and Subnautica? They royally screwed over the studio, fired the founders, screwed the development team out of $250 million. There's a whole lawsuit going on. Disappointing news. Would love to hear the proper reasons why. You've been operating really well yourselves. Had to Google Krafton. Here's Judd saying that the reason that they made a deal with Krafton is for resources and industry guidance. Don't like where this is going. I mean, for you as a studio, this is probably a good thing, but for us players, this is a part of the worst outcome. That's a bold move considering everything.
Wait, was that
is a part
okay?
Of the worst outcome.
There was someone that we knew
going on right now. So of course I looked into this, and we have Krafton here which made a is responsible for a couple of video games. Terra, PUBG is probably the one that's
The
most popular.
flashbang. Look,
But if we go down here
look at
to
this shine on his face with
Unknown
the
Worlds
wiki.
Entertainment, they acquired Unknown Worlds after making Subnautica. Then they're developing Subnautica 2. And then they announced that they had fired the co-founders Charlie and Max and the CEO Ted Gill, and they replaced them. And then it prompted widespread criticism, which goes into this article from IGN about the things that they were discussing in the comments with the $250 million payout. And so essentially, from everything that I've read here, there's two sides of the story. So the co-founders and the CEO say that, well, you guys fired us for no reason. If we hit certain revenue goals by the end of 2025, you would have had to pay us $250 million, which we would have shared with all of our employees, and they would have gotten big raises and bonuses. And they say that Subnautica 2 is ready to release in early access right now. And Crafton disagrees. They say there's not enough content. There's different quotes from them out here in these different articles, but they say there's not enough content. And they also say that they have begged the co-founders and the CEO to resume their responsibilities as the actual game directors of Subnautica 2, and that they haven't done that. So that they replaced them and they delayed it to 2026 because Subnautica 2 is not ready to launch in early access right now. So who knows if we'll ever know the truth. They actually issued the lawsuit against them. Crafton did release this statement to their 12 million followers for Subnautica. And one thing that they keep alleging is that with the $500 million purchase, 90% of the $250 million that was supposed to be extra compensation if they hit their revenue goals was supposed to go to just the co-founders and I think the CEO, just the former executives. And so
Interesting.
they're alleging that all the employees and the developers underneath weren't going to get much of the money. They also say down here that Crafton has committed to fair and equitable compensation for all the remaining Unknown Worlds employees who have continuously and tirelessly contributed to Subnautica 2's development. So I guess, I think it's probably very foolish. For me personally, I think it's very foolish of me to say which side is right. I don't have the details. I don't actually know what happened. In general, it seems like whenever these big companies, gobble up the smaller ones, usually the players hardly ever win. I would love for that to not be the case. I don't know who's in the right or who's in the wrong here. I just read like 5 different articles and it's he said, she said. There's a lawsuit going on. I guess we'll see what the law is going to determine from that. But I guess in general, it doesn't inspire warm, fuzzy feelings. I hope that EHG continues as they were. I think that EHG's development and progression was sensational for what they had.
I mean, one thing I will say is if I don't know the story with Subnautica, right? Like I don't know how their player base reacted to the CEOs and whatnot being let go and whatnot. But when it comes to EHG, Jordan has been very, very out there in terms of like he's the face people associate with Last Epoch and whatnot. So if they were to try to pull a fast one and let go of the people we know as players, Last Epoch is going to receive a whole lot of backlash for it. Like you're going to find the whatever the following season is not going to perform nearly as well. So I don't think a one-to-one can be pulled unless the goal is to get people to buy the game, get the money, and so and at that point it doesn't matter if we don't play the next season because they already have the money. I don't know, but like I think there's a bit more insurance against it just because of how the community will react with how front facing Judd has been so far in the last epoch community space, you know. But we'll have to see. Of course, that has never stopped a company from doing what they want to do in regards to making more money. So we just have to see.
And I really liked, you know, this kind of the small studio vibes that I always seem to get to them. I like their really personal Friday podcast that they do.
Yeah, I really like the idea of that.
Involved
I never
they
watched
seem
it,
to be
but I
with
like the idea of
community,
it.
running the polls to actually get the changes implemented into the game. I hope all of this continues, and I hope that EHG a year or 2 years from now doesn't look any different. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's definitely newsworthy, but how is it actually going to impact EHG? I guess we'll have to see.
So that is Le Drama. Okay. I mean, at this point, there's really nothing anyone can say, or like we don't have nearly enough information to assume anything. And far be from me to be a doomer about it. So we'll just see. I'm going to need to refresh this. Here's the thing about it that people don't understand. Last Epoch is not very profitable right now. This is not a Tencent situation where Tencent can't eat from PoE's multiple revenue streams. Things will eventually change because they will need their return of investment, and the current monetization is not enough. What makes you say EHG isn't profitable right now? Because like they released a season not long ago, and with it came cosmetics that people actually bought, you know. And unlike the last time when they took a year break, the last league was actually like four-ish months ago. They actually are keeping a decent pace this time. So like they might not be actively in the green overall because of the 1 year they took, but I would wager they're probably on their way to recovering. So I don't necessarily think that EHG is just bleeding money or anything like that. I do think with their current, if they keep up their current release cadence, then I see it being very doable that they end up in the green, and you know, and that the current monetization can subsidize that. That being said, companies are not known for being not greedy, if you will. So I do think we'll see some changes to their monetization in some capacity that we as players probably wouldn't like. We're not gonna like it, but we're just gonna have to see how it plays out. Compare that to every other ARPG, and they have admitted it on multiple public platforms. I mean, comparing it to multiple other ARPGs, there are only 2 other ARPGs to, well, I guess 3 if you count Torchlight, but Torchlight isn't really open about how much they are making, and Torchlight has like predatory practices that I'm not going to get into. So we're never going to talk about Torchlight. So let's consider the other 2, which I think are better comparisons for last epoch, which are Diablo and PoE. They obviously would not be as big as PoE because, I mean, they're just not as popular, all of that. Like, it just is what it is. The issue here is that compared to PoE, we don't need to invest in stash tabs or anything of the sort, meaning that the only way for them to make profit is making more of the game what the game already has, cosmetics and supporter packs, and are changing certain mechanics, so now you feel enticed to buy them. Make the game worse so that pain will bring back to where it was, and that's where it's concerning the most. It is correct that you don't need to buy stash tabs, but I think you underestimate just how much people are willing to spend on cosmetics if they are done right, so to say. People will absolutely spend more money than they have any business spending if the cosmetic is nice. That's just the truth of the matter. So like, if they really wanted more money, they could also just increase the amount of money which goes into like into cosmetic building, which could come at a detriment to the rest of the game potentially. Like, it could mean less other avenues in the game have like less funding or something. But again, that's one of those effects that we as players are not going to know if looking from the outside in, if that makes sense. Everyone's playing Gamba Light. Lol. I mean, Torchlight is the newest or the most recently released ARPG, right? And it is a fun game to play despite its predatory practices. People are still going to, like, for me at least, I'll still play PoE. I'm still going to go back to PoE 1 when I get a bit more tired of Torchlight, as well as PoE 2 when that comes out. I might check out Gauntlet for like a stream or two. I'm not sure, undecided, but I have been getting like messages on like for like what do you call it, Gauntlets build updates, so it is something that I am considering making, even though I don't plan on checking it out for that long. I'm still having fun with the base PoE as a game, so I don't particularly feel the need to play the gauntlets. I'm assuming you don't play Torchlight, Hexmaster? Ooh, this is gonna be a lot of beacons. Come on. Where are my beacons? That was a letdown. Those are the mobs that can drop beacons. They just both didn't drop beacons for whatever reason. Now, when you buy the game by supporting the devs with supporter packs, you're supporting a small studio of devs directly. You are supporting crafting, and a lot of people don't want to do that. People care that EHG was a small independent studio that sucked and that stuck to their guns and was able to disrupt the market. You see, here's the thing about when I read that. The truth of the matter is people will spend their money if they want to spend their money. That's the honest truth. Yeah, people like the story of, you know, being the small studio and whatnot, but that is not going to affect the spending habits of the people who are really going to like spend a shit ton on the game. And for those on the fence, all it takes is a really cool cosmetic, and they'll buy it. When was the last time you spent money on a GGG cosmetic and thought, oh, I'm spending this because the studio is, because I'm spending this because GGG is calling the shots and yada yada yada? Like, yeah, you're okay with spending because they are small, they are what's it called, they are consumer focused, but at the end of the day, you're swiping for the cosmetic. If a cool enough cosmetic is in there, you're not going to say, oh, it's Crafton, therefore I'm not spending. No, you just aren't incentivized to spend on Last Epoch because their cosmetics haven't been that great so far. Like, that is just what it boils down to. It's why I spent money on EHG. To be fair, I didn't care for the cosmetics. Yeah, it's why I spent on EHG. But if they were to bring some baby Kitava type pets to the store and stuff like that, things you actually cared about, you know, you're gonna want to swipe for it. They just currently are not making. It's like the problem with EHG's cosmetics right now is not that people are, it's not that people are buying because the people are currently buying because they want to support EHG, but it's not because the cosmetics are great. The cosmetics, if the cosmetics were great, people would buy it regardless of who owns EHG. Like, just that's just the truth of the matter. They're not massive buying, but they have 90 employees, so they're not tiny. Yeah, I mean they aren't like as small as, they aren't that small, but they are on the smaller side as well compared to like GGG. I think GGG has up to 500. I don't know if I don't think they're up to 500, but like GGG has quite a number of employees more. But yeah, I think the narrative that people will not spend money because EHG is no longer independent, I think that'll only last as far as they keep making shitty cosmetics. That's just the truth. If they were to increase the amount of like time they spend, if they were to increase the amount of time they spend on making said cosmetics or on designing cosmetics where the players actually want to buy it, they're not going to notice it. If anything, they'll actually sell more cosmetics, even with them being under Crafton, once they start making cosmetics people care about. At least that's the way I see it. GGG is approximately 180. I'm basing both of these on LinkedIn, so mileage may vary. I mean, I think LinkedIn is the best we have for, or maybe not only LinkedIn, but like LinkedIn is probably one of the better sources of sites that we have access to without, you know, hearing directly from them. Yeah, so it goes. So GG is like twice the size. Yeah. And like GG, EHG realistically wasn't. They aren't pulling the same market weight that GGG are. But like, whether or not the Crafton is there or not, like, think of it this way. Do you know how small the subsect of people who actually know that EHG has been bought out by Crafton is? Like, the vast majority of Last Epoch players probably don't know this. The people who keep up to date with like ARPG news and stuff, sure, we know, but like, as an example, my first reaction when I saw Rax's video was not, oh, anything changed, like, oh, they've been bought out, oh, cool story, and that was it. I didn't even bother watching the video because, like, to me, it doesn't change anything. If it eventually makes them do something else, then the problem will be that they're doing that thing, not that they were bought out. Whether or not the reason they are doing the thing is because they are not under this, I mean, I can't predict, and you know, whatever else, like, I don't know. But like, I will hold my pitchfork when they do something pitchfork worthy, and not on the speculation that they might do something pitchfork worthy because they were bought out by somebody else. I'm more worried. If anything, I'm more concerned about the CEO fiasco I heard about, like that was mentioned in Rax's video, because that might mean that Last Epoch, I might not get to enjoy it as long as I would like to, or something like that. Like, I'm more concerned about that than about not supporting them because they are now, you know, just saying. I just think history has taught us that decisions like this do not end well for the indie studios, and I'm not sure if Tencent buying majority stake at GG is a good comparison period. Multiple revenue stream, separate Chinese client that is very pay to win. What does PoE's multiple revenue stream have to do with Tencent's majority stake? Like, if Tencent have majority stake, so if realistically Tencent wanted PoE to be pay to win, I feel like they could try to make that happen if they really wanted to. Like, I'm failing to see what PoE's multiple revenue streams has to do with anything. And by multiple revenue streams, what revenue streams are we talking about? Is it like stash tabs? Like, yeah, they don't have, because like stash tabs are fine, but like people buy stash tabs and they forget about it. I haven't bought a stash tab in forever, as an example, but I would more than happily spend on cosmetics. So I think if anything, stash tabs are a nice occasional income that's like a very big income when you first introduce it, and then whittles down into being a nice supplementary income maybe. But like at the end of the day, it's not stash tabs that are keeping GGG afloat. It's mostly cosmetics. That is where the bulk of their currency is going for. It's stash tabs are the price of the game. Yeah, and EHG you paid for last epoch, you know, like that's the price of the game. Like your cosmetics are what keeps the light on, if you will. Like that's the bulk of the currency they are getting. Not like, yeah, they're getting stash tabs, but stash tabs are like side income. It's like the passive income you don't have to think about as coming, but it's the cosmetic, it's how well the cosmetics sell that will determine like that, probably like budgets and all of that. What other income stream do they have that you might be thinking about? There's stash tabs, there's cosmetics. They're like, is it a Chinese client? That's another income stream, because like that is very separate from GGG, I would say. Like that's still PoE, but I would say that's still like very separate from GGG, and it's very possible that income stream is even classified under GGG per se. Also, I don't feel that strongly about it, even though I come across that way. It's just my thoughts. Yeah, I mean, my thoughts are just, we'll see how it plays out. If it means more predatory shit or whatever else happening to the player base, then I mean that sucks. Then that would suck. But like, what does that even mean? They develop both games. My understanding was Tencent like had the rights or something to like make changes to their game. Like they would have the game, and then Tencent could make the changes for the Chinese audience or something. Like I don't know if GGG hired the people that are working on all the pay to win changes that are on the Chinese version, because like they aren't working out of Australia. At least I don't think they are. Could be wrong. I haven't looked that deeply into it. But that has always been the vibe I got from what do you call it? From what we know about the Chinese clients. This is decent. Oh god, you're reducing my movement speed. What did I do to deserve that? Is my hero trait nerfing my movement speed not enough? Okay, suit yourself. I'll just be here crawling. All right, let's kill this worm. Imagine risking 100 top coins for just 1 FE. How does that even make sense? But then I risk 50 for 90 FE. Okay, Fair, I think you're right about the Tencent controlling that game fully. I mean, this is really why Tencent bought GGG. China has its own gaming culture, and since Tencent owns GGG, they are free to make as many China-specific changes to the game as they want without needing to go through any sort of negotiation. Or while GGG can keep making the game that they want for everyone outside China. That's basically the mental picture of mental idea I had for the situation there. But the necessary evil to fund PoE2s. Hey, they got that 10 cent money. And we still get the PoE we want. Win-win. Oi, worm. All right, we live. Now, what I do when I'm fighting that worm to protect myself from its projectile, because its projectile is like this insidious killer that I never notice. I pay attention to sounds because that shit is loud when he actually poops out those projectiles. I hate them so much because they will one-shot me. But they are loud, so like now I'm just always listening for it. And if I'm not seeing it, then it's probably going to do something else to try to kill me. That is typically a circle AoE around on the floor or something. Defeat the bodyguards. All right, that's easy enough. Bodyguards defeated. Now let's go. After killing the money bags, of course. Now we can go. Hold that for a war compass. These bounties really do be trash many times. They really just be trash. So when I look at LE, right, I don't see the return of investment being there for their current system. So I'm worried what systems will come in. Not even like pay to win shit, but they can decide to go back on their stash tab policy. Again, here's the thing. If they were to, the way I see it, if they were to go back on their stash tab policy, there'd be huge backlash, and it wouldn't even be worth it because yes, people will buy stash tabs, but like, it doesn't fit. It can't fit the current gameplay, the current design pattern of the game with how much like SSF is being focused and like how much stash tab space you need for that. But B, stash tabs are still like they are one-off payment for those who can be bothered to buy it, right? You spend like, let's say they introduce stash tabs today. They will get a huge influx of money because people are buying the stash tabs so they can have it. But then that well is going to like, it's going to be within like, let's say 1/100th of the initial size before long, because now people are just buying it here and there, and it's nothing compared to like the initial costs or the initial income you get. Like it's like Hexmaster said, it's the purchase price of PoE. It's like, it's good initial income, but it's not sustainable income. At the end of the day, it is the cosmetics that can give stable return on investment. unless you're looking for like a cash cow to just like pump and dump. Like no, like if they want return of investment, they have to like do it. What I would be worried about here for in the case of like last epoch is that they spend more dev time to create stash tabs and and less dev time working on the actual season, so the seasons feel undercooked. That would be my worry, not the stash tab thing. You know, it's like the way D4 approaches cosmetics and their season, of course. The seasons always come out feeling undercooked, but they have a shit ton of cosmetics to sell because they want to make money. It's like that. That would be a bigger concern for me than the worry of like stash tabs. I don't think they're going to make pay to win because again, that is not something that anybody but Torchlight can do lightly. And if anybody else does it, they will take big backlash for it. Torchlight can only get away with it because they released that way. They didn't switch halfway through. If Last Epoch does it or tries to switch to anything even similar, that's going to be the end of it. I think not sustainable income is not true though. Like POE's financial records are online for 2020. Long-term virtual sales like stash tabs are still 25%. That is a significant chunk. You're saying long-term virtual sales. What do you mean by long-term virtual sales like stash tabs? Cosmetics are long-term virtual sales because you sell the cosmetics once. So if there's anything labeled long-term virtual sales, that can also include cosmetics. Unless cosmetics have a different label. Just keep that in mind. And like for 2025, don't forget 2025 was when PoE 2 came out. 2024 December to 2025 is when PoE 2 came out. So a lot of people who did not have PoE 2 and did not have stash tabs basically paid into that and bought stash tabs. So for 2025, that number is going to be artificially higher because there is a large number of people buying that. And when 1.0 for PoE 2 comes out, you're going to still see the same thing. But from that moment on, it's going to be lower. This ratio is consistent compared to with other year periods. You said PoE records. Let's see if we can find this thing. This is not what I am looking for. All right, let's see this. Okay, I think let's just look at this. Page 12. What is this? Revenue policy, gaming revenue, sales of physical assets, sales of virtual in-game assets, measurement of revenue. Cosmetic virtual assets are considered short-term virtual assets typically used by players for 3 months in line with the company's 3-month game updates release cadence. Revenue from cosmetic virtual assets recognized over 3 months. Short-term and virtual assets have an endless life and are always available for use by players. Non-cosmetic permanent account upgrades are considered long-term and are always available for use by players. As a result, revenue from non-cosmetic virtual assets is recognized over longer 12 months. 30% of the total revenue recognized from gaming revenue from players over time relates to short-term virtual assets, and while 25 relates to long-term. Ratio is consistent with ratio is constant compared with year period. The ratio is consistent compared with year period. This doesn't say it's consistent with like other year periods. This should say with year periods. So I assume it's like this, the current year period. Measurement of revenue. Then let's see. So this says that long-term assets are equate to 25%. Things that like last over a period of time. So let's think about what the potential long-term virtual assets could be if they're saying it's 25%. Number one, early access was actually sold. So, and that I assume is not considered a long-term, a short-term cosmetic or virtual, a short-term asset. So that would be in there. Stash tabs would be in there. It's kind of weird in that permanent upgrades to accounts, aside early access and to a degree stash tabs, there aren't many long-term assets. Like I would say hideouts would be considered long-term, but at the same time they might not consider hideouts long-term. I don't think that is the case if just the sale of early access paid for the cost of the studio to make PoE2. I'm confused. I don't think that is the case if just the sale. Where did they say that? Jonathan has said that. I thought you said they also speak to it in the doc. Page 10. What is this? As at 30th, these current liabilities were greater than current assets by 24 mil. The directors have considered this and have concluded that this is appropriate to prepare the financial ongoing concern basis. This is as a result of the group's investment in developing PoE2, which requires significant cash outflows. During the development period, before any revenue was generated, PoE2 is expected to generate significant revenues and cash flows in future years, and these cash flows can be used to settle certain of the liabilities included within current liabilities. as an example, included within current liabilities at 30 September 2024 is a loan from this of this. The amount was fully repaid on this using cash flow generated from early access sales to PoE2. Okay. So what don't you think is the case? Because like I said, sales for PoE2 would be considered like early access sales would be considered long term. Like stash tabs, they are not seasonal. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, you have that purchase. So it would be classified under long term. So it would be part of the 25%. How would that be long term at 25%? What do you mean, how would that be long term at 25%? He paid for the loan. This is what, 23.4, 24-ish. The loan was 23, he paid 24 mil out of it. And I mean, as of January, they would have sold a bit more copies, but not nearly as much as they would have sold up until January 31. Cash received from customers, this. So what is the net cash from operatives? 57 mil. Our each 24 mil cost was just shy of 25 of their total revenue. I honestly, if like being honest, I would wager the long-term assets in this case might be mostly that. Like my guess is it would be mostly that, because what do you call it? It's not short term. Think of it this way: it's not short term. If you don't classify it as long term, where does it fit? If 75% is from short term virtual items and 25 is from long term, where does it fit if it's not a part of either of them? It's not short term. I can tell you for a fact it's not short term. And this 75 plus 25 equal 100%. So it's not like they left out the section that was just, oh, this is how much percent for early access sales. (2023) one says the same ratio. I think there are things in the long term that we're not considering, in that I don't think stash tabs are paying for 25% compared to cosmetics. Like, that's just the truth. Like, I genuinely don't think that is I don't think putting stash tabs as 25% is correct. Just saying. I think there are things that we are not considering that are actually a part of the long term, but I don't think it's stash tabs. What could permanent account upgrades mean? My first guess when it comes to this is maybe things like private leagues, because if you pay for a private league, it's permanent for the course of the season, but that could also classify as short term, because you're not going to have a private league go on for, unless it's like based on standard, it's not going to go on for longer than this season. And not to even throw shade, but for the course of 2025, we do have a situation where Settlers of Cowgirl basically lasted long term. Like, shit lasted what, 10 months, something like that, practically a year. So I think the financial statement for 2025 in particular was always going to be cooked, like, just to begin with. And I'm not even trying to like throw shade or anything like that, but I don't think stash tabs are making up for the 25%. The page is the same for 2023. Permanent account upgrades that would account for a large chunk of GGG's wealth, or 25%. I don't know. I can't think of anything. I don't think people are buying stash tabs that frequently. I think people are buying cosmetics way more. Like, people will buy cosmetics, hideout, all those things way more, and I don't think it's like a 3-to-1 in terms of cost, because your stash tab costs like 100 points or, you know, $10, whereas your supporter packs, people, a lot of, like, a genuine lot of people are actively buying the full $500 supporter packs and Dreadnought hideouts and whatnot. Like, don't forget, Dreadnought hideout was higher up in those packs, and you see the number of people who have Dreadnought hideouts. Now, granted, people also have a lot of stash tabs, but it's a thing where OG people who are splurging on supporter packs are not actively buying that many stash tabs, but they're buying just as many supporter packs. So again, I just don't think it's a 25-75 if the 25 is considering stash tabs. I do think the 25, if it's consistent, there might be some other thing that is there that people just generally pay for consistently that is just not being taken into account. Settlers was a conspiracy that attempted to keep profit margins for the financial team so they could pay tax. I don't know about that one, Chief. Like, that is some next level conspiracy theory right there. That is some next level conspiracy. But I mean, is Chris eating good? I would think so. I mean, he's able to just go on a passion project right now and not care about funding and all of that, and just develop a game. I think you have to be eating a certain level of good to do that. Dude is living his best life. I respect it. This guy reminds me of Rumble from League of Legends. Brother in Christ, why do you have to do that to me? Just when I called you Rumble too, it was a compliment. Even though Rumble is a Yordle who, you know, which is a group of people that you basically never grow. I wasn't calling you short by any means ish. Updated tool for best dots to chaos uniques now. I think I've seen that. I don't use that tool mostly because if I remember correctly, it suggests a whole lot of, I know you can set the amount of like dust to chaos and whatnot, but I think the information you get there is like you're going to get the same things you're buying unless you're willing to go for like 100k dust items, in which case you can get like really good dust for your buck or something like that. So I think I basically just found it too not that useful, or something like that. Let me see. Is it the same one I'm thinking of? Yeah, it is. The person reposted it. This is the second time they posted it. They updated it now with val implicit and multi-search. Wait, what? Uh, I assume my Moto is safe. What's the worst that could happen? So you can now go for val implicit. Generate trade links for corrupted versions of select items with val implicit. This is actually quite giga. Like this is actually no. This is actually pretty dope. This one right here. You can create a multi-search trade link. Let me be the judge of that. PoE Ninja greater than 1 mil. Let's do this. My guy, why are you not being selected? What the series does people do? Why the discrimination? But all to Riftbane. Where is the bow? Novel Toxic Rift. Lion Eyes Glare. Holy, you know why I intentionally look for them. This Riftbane as well is another one that should also be disabled. But the reason is when I made my multi-item trade link, they were the uniques that had like options to search for. They had options to search for that. My guy, what is this? Okay, they had options to search for that. No matter what modifier you tried to search for, had other unique, so you had to use a not. So I was wondering how he would do that, because like for Lion Eyes Glare, you have to do. Let me just pull up mine real quick. For Lion Eyes Glare specifically, you would have to do not skills. I think this was for Lion Eyes Glare. This is for the fishing rod Riftbane. So without this one, Riftbane can actually pull up another fishing rod. I don't remember which one, but a low tier dust one. So that's why it's surprising that Riftbane can be searched for, and that might actually mean you can get the non Riftbane fishing rod. So let's just do this and let's see fishing rod. Is it only Riftbane? Or it uses glows in area with unique fish? Maybe that one is unique. Maybe. It looks unique. Yeah, that looks unique. Okay. That's good to know. So I have one node than I had to have. I check out the last comment in the thread. It has a picture. Min and max value can also both minimum and maximum value for cost, and this one is finally here. Thanks again for all the support and feedback. Ends up being the final update. I hope the tool continues to be useful. I'll surely update it for the new league to come, as I'm already done with the current. Until then, happy dusting. Check out the last comment in the thread. It has a picture. What is this? All the price fixers? If you feel like doing more work, I've been buying up div cards that give good dust, even better dust case I can buy from Fall. Huh. I mean, this is honestly not a bad idea, but like Faustus's div card supply sucks. People don't be people don't list div cards, at least not the non-popular ones, at least on Faustus. So it's either an expensive div card or it's one you're not finding on Faustus easily. So Starforge is currently one of the better dust to chaos ratios. It's kind of good to know. But this is definitely a website I will be bookmarking. All right. Time to farm for the upgrades, because they will not farm themselves, sadly, as much as I want them to. I say that, but realistically they will if I just get a bit more damage. My Oasis can fund a lot of it right now. If I were to just, you know, actually cash it in and not hoard. But like, I don't want to cash it in because it just feels like a bad decision long term. That has nice short-term gains but long-term detriment. Ooh, what do we have here? Tell me you're gonna drop FEs. Spoiler alert, it did not drop FEs. You know something I really do not like about what I'm farming for? I don't like that I'm farming for something and I can actively feel it becoming more expensive as I am actively farming for it. Like this shit that started out as a 3,000 FE and I should have it type situation. I'm now thinking, oh, it's 5k FE and I would have it. But like soon it'll be like 6k. Like by the time I'm done with this set of maps that will give me 5k FA, I'm like thinking, okay, maybe it's 6k or 6,500, or it's like, brother in Christ, can I just get the upgrade? I mean, the good news is I'm making decent money, but god damn, I wanna have my power spike soon. But hey, we just keep grinding. I'm really hoping like by the time I get this upgrade, I'm looking at like 50 bill. Realistically, I know I'm not gonna be looking at 50 bill, but it'd be nice to just daydream. I think realistically I'll be looking at like 20 bill, and I think that's fine. With the rate at which I've been scaling my damage, once I get the amulets, it's going to help me get my damage up to... It's going to make it easier to scale the damage past 20, whatever amount of damage I end up being at with it. That being said, ooh, this map has beacons. By the way, Arcane, I started my stream with, after having sold basically all but 14, like literally I sold all other maps other than my Glacial Abyss, which I'm currently running. I think I had like 13 left so far. I mean, I'll have to check just how many of like the other maps I have because I haven't checked, but so far I still have like 9-10 Glacial Abysses. After this map I might have even more, but I should also have the other guys in the number of like, I think they're like between 5 and 10, and I still have like 10 glacial abysses that I would run before. So by the time I'm done with those 10, I'm guessing those guys will be like 15 a piece, like 15 on each of like the other maps, give or take. So the question of like, am I sustaining my maps? 100%. But and I think even without scarabs, you 100% sustain, because I ran a few maps without scarabs today because things basically 6, 1, 2, 4, and then I have 11 of this after running like 5 maps so far. Anyways, I've run a few maps without scarabs or compasses because well, I just ran them without compasses, not intentionally, but I did. And in those maps, I think I still dropped as many beacons as I would have otherwise. I think the main thing I got more, like maybe a beacon or 2 more because of the scarabs, because now I have more magic monsters to drop scarabs. But mostly it's I'm getting a lot more netherrealm resonance by having the compasses, because I just guaranteed running to more bosses. Whereas the extra magic monsters can drop me it can drop me an extra beacon or 2 here and there. But like the cost of the 2 scarabs is still cheaper than the cost of a glacial abyss beacon, unironically. So on a per map basis, it's cheaper to pay for the 2 beacons than it is to buy, or the 2 scarabs, than to buy a beacon. And I think I found that very interesting. Ooh, 2 glacial abysses. Don't mind if I do. And realistically, if I was going for max profits, I shouldn't be running glacial abyss. I should be farming glacial abyss and running the cheapest one. The reason I'm doing glacial abyss is because I'm hoping for a jackpot. I'm gonna do glacial abyss for practically free, and by doing glacial abyss, I'm going to be able to do the watcher. And by doing the watcher, I'm hoping that she gives me some good, because she does have uniques that are worth quite a pretty penny. But realistically, I don't know that the amount I'm getting by running glacial abyss and dropping that once in a long while is worth the investment. That is my thought process right now. So I will probably switch off of glacial abyss eventually, when I get a full stack of like something else. That way we make more profit per map, guaranteed, and we can get our upgrade sooner. More beacons, thank you very much. I think it's very bizarre how I be going on these streaks where I get a lot of like beacons, but then I've also been going on streaks where I just don't drop any beacons, and it feels like there's no rhyme or reason why one happens over the other. They just kind of happen. My guess is just like, you know, chance for magic monsters to drop beacon is on the lower side, so you have to kill a decent number of magic monsters to drop a beacon. But like those maps that drop beacons feel like they drop more than one, but the maps that don't drop, I mean, they just don't drop. Like in this map alone, I dropped like 4 beacons, but like in the next map, I'm not, for the next like 10 maps, I might You can 10 is an exaggeration. Like next like 2-3 maps, I might not drop a single one. I think that is just an insane RNG at that point to not drop it if it is supposed to be, if it can be as common as it is. Or better still, what I would expect is for it to be a bit smoother since they always have that chance, but RNG doesn't always play that way, I guess. Get me out of there. Ooh, thank you very much. Dude, I hate when any monster just puts up like a wall that I can't traverse over, because like, of course, I cannot jump over walls, so it can be quite a pain. Once I get the upgrade and I make the changes to my weapon, I think what we're going to do from that moment on is I think what we're going to do is we're going to do our first attempt at Supreme Showdown. And if the upgrade disappoints me in terms of how much DPS I gain, then Sag. I'm aware that that war child wants to try to send me to my hideout. But I'm also aware that it will not work. All right, off we go. I mean, it had been a while since the worm killed me. And I remember the part I really hate about Demiman Village. That if you die here, it poops you back to at the start.
Gotcha.
No, it wasn't scared.
Yeah,
when
you weren't shaking.
I'm not shaking. The one time you tried to scare me was the one time where it wasn't actually scary. Isn't that ironic?
Yeah. Quite ironic, to say the least.
What's up?
So,
I am good. farming, hoping this upgrade doesn't get even more expensive as I farm for it. Because if it does, I might end up having to try corroding myself.
So do you think I've been trolling because I haven't been adding multiple mods to the map? Because apparently this look mechanic, like I learned today, this look mechanic giga skills with quant, and even in T80s, the extra modifiers is insane, which is why Palstron's league mechanic focus setup goes for the quant for minus portals.
I mean, when I was in Sandlord, I did quant. How did that feel?
Talking about Outlaw.
Yeah, when I did Sandlord, you used my Sandlord tree, did you not?
I haven't skilled any.
You've not been using resonance at all, even when you did that?
Oh.
Oh my god, you're trolling.
I don't know. Everyone keeps. I didn't know. I remember asking you, like, it's TA. It's like you couldn't. And I was like, oh, okay. So I just wouldn't.
What do you mean? Are you sure I was answering the question you think I was answering?
I mean, I don't know now, but yeah, I haven't juiced my maps once.
Oh shit, there's a secret stage here. Yeah, I always put up to 60% quant, which is 7 resonance. You 100% want to do that.
Mystery chest one.
Oh shit, there's a mystery chest one?
It's a mystery chest one, yeah.
Oh.
It's only mystery chest.
This is new. It wasn't here last league.
Imagine you get the ring I got that only drops from chests.
Can you imagine?
Or a false god skin. So whose filter are you using? You've got different color that I like. I like the green.
Thundercrown.
Wait, what? Am I just using the wrong filter? I'm using down the crown too, and it doesn't look the same or tier the same. So I think I might be using like an older one or something.
Are you using the mid game?
Are you using the end game?
Is an end game?
I don't know. I'm asking.
I'm using mid game.
You asked. Yeah, I'll check when I log in. I mean, I'm of a better mind state now that I've slept for 3 hours.
Mine was disparaged.
I was down bad. Like Roshan came in at some point. I was like, Roshan, I'll talk to you like tomorrow. Respectfully.
Mine just needed to pass out. I mean, I've gotten some epic from the chest, but nothing insane yet.
I mean, the
Mostly
chance
been
of that shit
stacks.
dropping is really low, unless that's why it's 1700.
Oh, I know. I'm just hoping for like a bigger stack than 5 stacks and 1 stacks, but didn't get anything from the map.
So do you think I should keep trying my current? So I should juice quant, and
Just know you've been trolling by not juicing. Like, getting to 60% is the bare minimum. Like, get 75, you can do it if you really want to juice quant. Then I would never go to 100 unless like this strat specifically said get to 100.
yeah.
The reason is the NetherRealm skills basically
no one-
doubles for every.
No one's strat I've watched has said this. By the way, they've never said put quant in.
Quant is like
I guess I just-
a default. It's like just it's.
I also
it's-
feel like I
it's-
just didn't know because of a lot of the a lot of the mechanics in the game. People are like, "Oh, it's not worth. It's not worth." I'm like, "Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Sounds good. Not worth."
we're farming NetherRealm resonance, so like if you're using my tree as an example, we're farming NetherRealm resonance, so you should be giga sustaining already. So like it's free, so to say. Like when I sold every beacon farming with bosses and shit like that. I don't think you have the current tree I'm using, but
I need to kill Traveler.
you don't need traveler from my tree, by the way, in case you're thinking you need
I
to.
just don't have the money for your compasses.
You don't need compasses. Again,
So
compasses
you
just
use compasses.
yeah, compasses increase the currency, but also makes it harder. Even if you had money for compasses, I still wouldn't advise you to use compasses because the bosses would get too tanky. How about this? I'll give you my tree. Run it without compasses for a bit. Just run it as is, on a time mark on an area you want. Now to maximize profit, don't be like me. Do not run what's it called? Don't run deep Glacial Abyss. If you have a lot of the some other ones, run those ones. You'll make more money in the short term. I'm doing Glacial Abyss because I want the Watcher to give me something good. That's why it's the most expensive Void Stone, because the Watcher has a lot of like more different expensive items.
Why shouldn't I run that?
Because it's more guaranteed profit because it's more guaranteed profit to just run everything else and then save those guys so you can sell them. It's more guaranteed profit. Whereas I'm gambling, basically. Like I have run, like literally if I did what I told you, when I sold my maps yesterday, I would probably have had over 100 Glacial Abysses to sell, and at 4.5 it just easily 400 to like potentially 900, because I would have had a shit ton of Glacial Abysses to actually sell. So I could have maybe 900 from them. Instead, I didn't have Glacial Abysses to sell, but I had everything else, and everything else did sell for a decent amount. Like if I had to go into my trade history, you'd see the compasses. I sold 47 Thunder Waves for 150. Blistering Lava Set I sold 29 for 113. I sold 17 Steel Forges for 58. Voidlands 30 for 96. But if instead of all of these I ran them and then I just hoarded all the Glacial Abysses, I was giga scaling, because remember I was running Glacial Abyss and I was sustaining them for the most part. I would have had like literally, if I think I ran like 100 and something maps yesterday, I would have had like 100 and something plus Glacial Abysses to sell just off of that, you know. And at 4.5 each, that is at least 500 FE. And then you consider the ones that, because I'm not running it, I would have prioritized keeping.
I don't know if I can do the bosses. My DPS for single target is really low right now. That's my only worry with the strat. I don't know if I can do the bosses.
Without the compass, I think you can. Like, do you think you can do the bosses that show up when you get the profound for 4 extra bosses, as you are right now? Because I don't make mine any tankier except with the compass.
The map and with the extra 3 map mods.
And
I don't know.
The map mods just don't take anything that gives them ES at that point. Like, don't anything that makes them tankier, don't take that. Maybe more deadly you can.
I will try the strat. How much do you think you're making? Do you have like, I guess you will know because you don't actually have a thing, you're just playing. Alright, just send me the code.
If I had to say, I mean, I played for maybe 6-ish hours yesterday, 7-ish, 6, and I ran 100 and something maps, but my test would be with the Scarabs, and I think I started off the strats after buying it with like 8,000 FE, and now I'm at 3k, 3,500 actually. So I made like 2,500 FE there. Pro builds, quick loots, my creations, create strats.
I think I'm also planning a gear swap eventually soon. A build swap.
Beacon. You're planning what?
A build swap potentially soon. Yeah. I need winding keys because I'm out. Search.
Veteran and bosses.
Okay, you're putting the compasses there even if I can't do them, just for when I can.
Yeah. For some reason, whenever I switch pages, it just forgets the compasses, and like, what the fuck is that? Can I not switch pages? Like, what is this? I'm not putting the wrong compasses before it frustrates me. Confirm. Share build code. there. And for anybody in chat that might be curious, I will also paste it there and paste it there.
Sounds good. I'll give it an honest try. I'm back after dooming. We're back to cope again, and let's keep that cycle going as I prep for the build swap.
Of course, the things you want to look out for. You want more bosses. You want more bosses if you can get them. Any confusion cards that give you magic monsters is good, because magic monsters are sources of most of our beacons. That and the Queen's Disciple if they spawn on in our maps, but it's like a 3% chance, so you're not going to get it too often. So like magic monsters on your confusion card is not bad. Beacons, snow paper is really good for something that shows up on your confusion card, etc. You've seen how long it takes me to kill these bosses, right? With the boss Scarab.
Yeah.
And as for Keystone, you're going to leave the one that says, the second one that says count as no compasses, of course, because you're actually going to have no compasses. So you're going to have you're not going to have the scaling of life coming from both compasses, and you're also not going to be giving them blessed. So that should make them a whole lot more doable. And every once in a while, thanks to God of War, you're going to drop a Divinity of War, which is giga expensive. Like that shit is actually like I got 2 in yesterday. They both sold for 230 something. So I got like almost 500 from that. Very rare drop, by the way. So wouldn't expect it, but when it does drop, feels really nice to have. I also dropped a stray Desire Crystal, which I didn't count when I was thinking of profits, but Desire Core rather, because Q randomly showed up on one map and the one elite that showed up dropped it. I was giga lucky. Now these bosses are going to kill you most likely, so prepare yourself. You heard me complain about the worm yesterday. I mean,
because they're tough.
Because they're not designed to be in the maps that they are in, so like the worm is the one. Am
I running for cards, or can I just run the same layouts?
Cards have drop point on them, so I run cards. But that's the disciple, isn't it? No, it's not. Sag.
But we're here. You use God of War with duration, right?
Do I use it with duration? I mean, it should be in the tree. I think I have like 4 points to duration. Priority should be Netherrealm Resonance. You can't skip out of the Netherrealm Resonance nodes. You also cannot.
Yeah. Priority is the first thing, the beacon thing, and then squeeze everything else into God of War. Assuming.
I can show you when I can actually talk more bits about priorities when I'm out of this map. Okay.
It's fine. I need to buy guardian keys.
The good news is you're gonna have a bunch of them, so you can respec out of it if you really don't like it. Like I sold 100 and something whining keys yesterday. How many do I have now? 19, and I haven't run that many maps. Okay. A big source of your currency is when you get these snow paper cards, because they will poop out snow paper cards or snow paper fragments, which is always really nice to have. Oh yeah,
that's nice, because if I wasn't gonna do this, I was gonna do a snow paper farming strat.
Priorities. First things first. beacon nodes, you want all the magic monster ones, so like the top half you want it to be exactly the same way, and you kind of would like, basically you kind of want the beacon tree to be like this. You can kind of skimp out on some of the replication, but like, you want, if you want to sustain beacons, this investment will bigger sustain your beacons. Then from there, you want to take the magic monster nodes in the commodities page, so the 4 points into magic monsters, and then the Netherrealm Resonance winding keys. That once you fully take commodities, then you want God of War chance. Once you have God of War chance, then you go snow paper, and past snow paper you go God of War duration. That is what I think the priority is.
Damn, that's a lot to remember. Okay.
Just beacon fully, commodities fully, God of War chance, snow paper, back to God of War. BRB. All right, I'm back. Have you? I assume you remember the priorities.
Yeah, I didn't have enough points for any duration rails.
Which is fine.
Which
I mean,
kind of feels bad for the league mechanic, but
yeah, I've just been skipping the league mechanic. There's no bounty, but that's because I'm not like I'm
you're
not
leveled
desperate
up,
for
right?
like I
I'm
get
I'm not
I get
leveled,
bounties
yeah.
more frequently because of the level 4, right? And how close are you to the level up? Because yeah, you would want to do it because of the level up, so you can get as many coins.
1910 out of 3600.
I thought you said you were saving up for like the 100 above or something.
Yeah, I thought it was like 1,000. And
Oh,
I realized, it's 3,600.
Oh, 07.
But I'm running the strat now.
Let me know what you think on how this
60
sustain
drop
actually
quants,
is.
drop card.
You should be able to easily sustain the Netherrealm resonance that's going in. Like you'd make more than enough.
Did you say Glacial Abyss was priority?
Yes, I think the two Glacial Abyss nodes at the top of the map farming tree.
Damn, if I do that though, I won't have enough points for quite a bit.
I mean, Glacial Abyss is 4 FE, whereas the others are like 3. Like that.
Like I might not be able to get to the snow paper now. This is a problem. Because then I won't be able to have permanent Godo War Chance.
Let me see.
So I guess it's pick your poison.
I'm basically. What is your level on your journey? The path of progression journey. Because remember, there are points to be gotten from there. I'm on 12. Phase 11, phase 10 both give points, which is.
How do you know where you are?
Top. You know how to open the path of progression.
Yeah.
The left one is the journey. What is that? What over what?
I'm 10.
Yeah, so you've not done 10 is what that means. If you do 10, you get 11. 11 also has a point log behind it, and that'll give you another point. And for 10, all you need to do is get.
I gotta do the 5 FXs. Oh
yeah.
My God, I gave them pen. Jesus. All right. Surely the bosses don't spawn this map that has pen.
What do you mean?
Oh, my 5th FX was Giga pen.
Ellie or Ammo?
Ellie.
That's better.
You have armor pen mods too?
I think so. It's just mods, right? I mean, I don't pay attention too much besides the very risky ones. Of course I step on the poison because why wouldn't I?
I'll try to complete it so I can have enough.
Complete what?
10.
Oh yeah. It's very important to keep pushing on that journey. Trust me, I know this because last season I didn't, and it wasn't until like very late game, like maybe 2 weeks before I quit, that I realized, oh, I had like 10, like not 10, but like let's say 5 talent points from my character, and another like 5, 8, actually probably like 10 points for my tree that I hadn't taken or something like that, like a giga points. I was like, oh, so I was just trolling by not turning these in, right? Okay. So now I've been prioritizing them.
Just to the one with like 5 mods on your map, and I didn't get progress.
It's 4 mods, not 5 mods.
Oh, full. Holy, what a mod. Alright. I'm just gonna skip the league mechanic, and I think I'm going to die if I mess around on these maps. But is it every time I see the bosses? Or am I just going till I see it? Because I haven't seen the bosses in any of the maps so far.
I mean, you're going to run them and clear as many monsters as you can, because magic monsters are a source of beacons. So you're just going to you're full clearing your maps.
Oh, okay, full clearing. Okay. Damn, that duration wheel is gonna be so nice.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't kill the 8-2 bosses right now, so I can't get those points.
Yeah, those 8-2 bosses can be pain, especially Mr. Steelforge over there. I hate that guy.
The League Mechanic mobs also drop beacons.
In my experience, I feel like I don't drop from them. So I'd wager they have a small chance. Maybe probably because they don't spawn magic monsters all that much, but rather they be spawning like rares and normals, I think. I mean, they drop FE, but they don't drop beacon much for me, at least in my experience.
Oh shit, I'm full on Steelforge. Damn. Okay.
You're full on Steelforge? Oh, like the stones at the end.
Yeah. Alright, that's 11 done. I'm going to do another five affixes, right? Yeah,
Full affixes.
full affixes. To kill Steelforge boss for. Oh, I got a beacon then.
Yeah, I think
Group of Queen disciples appear and they have a chance to drop beacons.
Oh, that is, if you got that card, that is big. That card is big.
If I do the boss, does it cancel the card?
No, the card stays there unless you refresh it.
Okay, let's do the boss really quick so I can clear one. Lol, when I start the thing, my guys will just instant start attacking.
Yeah, same with me. Like before I finish loading in, they're already fighting, and I'm like, okay. That was my first reaction once I got automation on my minions. That's how I found out that standing still saves you, like doesn't take damage, because I be standing still. Whoa.
No grace period is actually one of the worst things this game has, I think.
It has grace
The fact
period,
that I
but like
spawn.
it has grace period, but automation or activation medium cancels it, because it just prioritizes activating it over grace period. So you don't act like if an enemy spawns close enough to you, you have no grace period. But if you
Sucks.
I mean, what's the point of grace period when it's unreliable like that? But yes, it does. You will not catch me disagree.
See this.
By the way, I have filled up my Arcana points or cards, so now I no longer have to worry about not stepping on it.
Damn, I wish I had that glacial abyss node before I did this.
Oh yeah, because you'd have dropped so many things with those guys.
I got the one node before I clicked, but I guess that doesn't pop in until this whole set is done. Is it rare? I know it's a legendary icon, but like,
yeah, I mean, you get it. Like I've gotten it multiple times, but the good thing is it's like a 4 map thing, not a 1 map thing. So when you get it, you're in for like a pretty good amount of beacons, because they be dropping like 4 beacons, 5 beacons. They are very juicy.
So was I really trolling that hard by not juicing my shit?
Are you dropping more shit now? Because like there's no universe why, like if you were complaining about drops and you're not juicing, then I can understand why. It's very big getting the 60%, because that's increased drop quant, but we aren't getting many other sources of increase, so it's almost like more drop quants compared to like not having it, of course.
Yeah.
Like whenever I have a tree that I'm expecting to farm a decent amount of netherrealm resonance, I don't mind putting it. Like I think even in T7s I was putting some, like maybe 2 clicks of it or something. Wasn't like, I think I was putting like 45% quants.
I guess we can click a nightmare for fun. Just because it's monsters. I don't know if they actually drop anything though.
I mean, I would just ignore the nightmares that show up in my maps. But that's me. You have the pet, so it's entirely possible that you still get.
Oh wait, apparently, speaking of pet, for the league mechanic pets,
Yeah.
you only want them when you click the league mechanic. You don't want it during the whole thing.
Yeah, that's
I didn't know that.
Oh lol. Yeah. You want to switch out of it. The exception is like maybe cube, because cube makes you drop more crystals, which will make you roll a bit more. But like that's cube. For like Alice,
So
you want Alice when you click the thing at the start, and then you want to switch back to FE. That's why the auto thing has options for you to switch back and forth.
Because you're snapshotting.
Yeah, so like when you click the thing, it switches to Alice, and then you do the Alice, and if Alice procs, beautiful. And then when you're done with selecting, it then goes back to your FE pets. Because that's how you're meant to do it.
I didn't know that. I've actually never known that.
I'm now realizing there's potentially a lot you don't know.
I mean, no one is saying this. No one is saying this. Everyone's like, yeah, make sure your pet switches. I'm like, oh, sounds good. I'll make sure that every time I do nightmare, it's nightmare pets, because that makes the most sense, right? Why would I know that there's a snapshot thing? And I'm so tilted.
Now you know.
I'm really out here having a worse base experience.
Is that why you've not been dropping FE? And I mean, that's part. The quant is part of why.
It's all starting to add up.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see. Could easily be dooming in 20 minutes. Let's see. I mean, so how much is a magic monster compass? Do you think it's worth? If
Is
I
it
get
worth?
some money to be able to afford.
I mean, I
don't know how much it is,
like it, but like I would say decide based on your boss damage, because remember each compass adds life to all monsters.
Oh, yeah. So when I get the boss, I'll know. I haven't gotten them yet.
Yeah. The boss compass makes it so you always get at least like you get 2 extra compasses, but the 2 extra bosses rather. But you know, it also adds life, and it makes them blessed, which makes them take less damage.
They reduced the speed of these guys.
Which guys?
These big dudes are running.
I mean, they've always been running.
Oh, he has. I have the when you hit a monster, they get like increased movement speed, and haste. This dude literally, he was a bonus big chest dude.
Oh, and then you hit him, and then that guy boots it.
Gone. I'm so confused.
I can only imagine how fast he was.
Like a kid with a school bag. The way he runs with his backpack.
Yeah. Dude, can you all explode, please? Thank you. I wasn't gonna drop FE.
So you think that you say this strat sustains beacons? I'm not gonna need to buy more beacons.
If you're willing to run other maps, then yes, 100%.
Yeah, I'm not picky on map stuff. I actually don't understand necessarily fully why people go so hard on other maps in this, unlike the same tile sets in this game. Like, I like that the game gives you the freedom, like we do it in PoE, but I don't feel like there's that many bad tile sets in this game.
Oh, they are. You just didn't play
Like,
last league.
Okay, I guess compared to like Abyss and PoE, like there's literally maps you will not be running, or else you are trolling.
There's a map last league. Let me just paint the picture. It's hard to paint the picture. Let's see if we can get paint in here, shall we? Where is the line? This is my first time using paint, so let's make it worth it. You start off the map at this corner. You go in, the map extends left, goes up, goes right, has a room here, has a boss here, goes up further here, has a room here, goes up further here, goes down here, goes back here. This was a map. So you start your God of War here. If you want to end on this boss, you just can't, no matter how you want to do it. This is the boss here. So you go clear this and it's huge, by the way. This is not a small map. So by the time you're here, your God of War is already thinking about expiring. You get to this room that's like here, because this is a room. This is also a room, by the way, a big square room. So these are not like just corridors. This is a square room. You get to this room. God of War is trying to expire. You're deciding, okay, boss or not. You kill the boss. You go back. You're not ready to clear it here up until here if you need to full clear your map. This is a shit map. They removed it though. It used to be in Glacial Abyss. Compared to like Demi-Man Village that you just run straight. On your run straight, you're killing every single thing because you're running to every single thing. It's like Strand.
My first bosses.
Many strats like Strand essentially in this game. Is why people prefer some tile sets. Like if you need to kill everything,
Sea lava tile sets are insane for this like Outlaw because they're so small. So you get a tile set where they're just the truck is in the corner.
Yeah, just standing there like be spawning, let's be killing. Yeah.
And those tile sets I could just stand still.
Yeah. You just stand at the one exit of the tiny hole and everything dies because by the time they actually ping pong to the end, their invuln is done and you can kill them.
Now the bosses died pretty quick. It is 8-0 though.
I mean, I'm running 8-0s.
The bosses died pretty quick.
Just remember, you're going to be running them a lot, and if you want, you can actually, if you think they die quick enough, you can add the magic monster compass, but not before Traveler. I wouldn't bother with any compasses before Traveler, because that would turn off a node in the beacon side that says magic monsters have this if you have no compasses, yada yada yada. It would also turn off your 4 boss node from the big one, so you don't want to use compasses until you have Traveler done. And by the time you're doing Traveler, I mean, it means you have pretty decent DPS, which means you're in a much better spot to handle the extra life and whatnot for that the compasses provide, or at least that the compass will provide. And then when you go boss, you're not going to go for the boss compass until you get like your single target is very comfortable, because that one is what makes the bosses hella tanky.
That makes sense. To do one more map with 5 full affixes.
Have you finished the Queen's Disciple maps?
Yeah, I just finished them.
I
got quite a lot. I mean, I could tell that they dropped.
You just see like a big explosion of like things. This is an open layout. I will not die to you.
Abyssal Agito. Dude, God of War duration is needed. Can't be losing this shit that fast.
I see God of War duration as a luxury, and if your priority is profit, then yeah, it's definitely a luxury. mean, there's a reason I only have 4 of it, even though
Feels so good.
Oh, it does. Like when your movement speed goes from being God of War to none, it just feels despair.
Wait, how much
Low-key.
is snow paper going for in bulk though? It's actually worth.
I sold my full stacks yesterday for 60 something, and I had like
99?
yeah 999. I had 3 full stacks and 1 not full stack.
pretty good.
They sold for 62 each, and then yeah. Right now,
That's pretty good.
I'm going to need to move myself once I finish checking this. I have a full stack. This full stack will sell for 59. So since you're not running compasses, you should literally have 0 input cost into your strats, is what that means. So you're not spending any amount of money. So all you're doing is getting profit from whenever you kill bosses and from your leftover beacons at the end of it.
Yeah.
Rare monsters, additional affix. Sure, why not? No. Like, this is a mod I typically roll over if I can. Less damage taken for rare monsters affected by control effects. I'll run it because I've already rerolled once, but then I'll reroll it on the next map. Because that just means when my minions inevitably apply chill, because they can apply chill and every ailment essentially, they are going to
21
take
main
less
skills
damage.
and Atlas passive.
Watching my Atlas. Oh yeah. It doesn't have to actually be a main skill, just buy something. Of course, there's 4 bosses here.
Oh, expensive. Oh, triple digits.
I mean, at that point, it's just to wait. All right, keep luring them, please. Come on. That's it. Now you can die. Ooh, a 20 stack. Don't mind if I do. Glacial Abysses again. Don't mind if I do. So yeah, so what do you think you're gonna do? Are you gonna run Glacial Abysses or are you going to stack them to sell?
I don't know yet. Just depends how much of every other map thing I have. I'll probably sell them for a while, so I can make some good currency, and then I'll start running them.
Yeah. How much are they going for right now compared to everything else? Let's see. Glacial Abyss as of this moment is 4.2, whereas Blistering Lava Sea is 3.5. So Blistering Lava Sea is pretty decent, but like Steel Forge is 3. Thunder Waste is 2.9. Voidlands is 2.9. So like the others are going for like 2.9 to 3. And then, you know, my guy over there is chilling for 4.2 a piece. So it's 100% just better profit to just run everything else. Now compared to the 2.9s, you're making like 50% more per beacon. I'm actually almost convincing myself to switch as well. But I believe the watcher will give you something. Surely, right?
How rare?
She has-
What is the cost of what she has that people want?
I'll have to check. There are like two to
Something?
three items that were decent money. Like one was like 200, but one was like I think like 800, 900, or like no, actually it was 1,000 something, I think. So I'll have to recheck to see just how much it's going for. But yeah. What do you drop? Surging Inspiration, Archmage's Hand, and I think Coldness Tracer is the cheapest, is it 200 FE1. So let's just start from Surging Inspiration, which is the big ticket item. Surging is a helmet.
Sorry. When you download an update for Dunce filter, it creates a new filter.
Yes. Yes, it does.
So I actually haven't
You
been
have-
updating this whole time.
Yes, you so any changes you make, you leave behind.
Why do they have to make the?
Okay, so the helmet is 800-ish FE. It's dropped in price about like it. Thing is that there aren't many, so like it goes very quickly from like 750 to 800 to 900, but like that's the range.
Not worth it.
Then you have Archmage's Hands, which is okay, that's cheap now. It's like 40-50. Then you have the Trinkets, which is Coldness Tracer's tier. Oh, this shit is not worth anything anymore. And then of course we have Cold Bread, but Cold Bread I think is not worth anything. So
It's because it's creating it for you.
yeah, it's basically
Do you
recopies
get the
it.
sounds and stuff too?
Yeah, I have the sounds. Yeah, so Surging Inspiration is the big ticket item and that has dropped. So I can't consider going for other guys now. Maybe. It's still a lot of money. It's like 800 FE, which is a lot. Whenever
I
you,
don't know what to say to that.
I complained about it a few days ago as well. When I first noticed it, I was like, oh, okay, so y'all just couldn't let us have. So what I would advise you to do, and this is a quick change. I don't know if you're looking at my screen, but if you're not, you should. Go into drop filter. I'm going to do it now, seeing as he has an update. Of course, he does. So I'm going to delete the past one, of course. But for the updates, edits, item, edit, my guy. Okay, we're going to look down and look at the drop level you want it to look like. I want it to look like the thick purple one. This guy. So I'm going to edit.
Wait, hold on. How did you? I clicked edit item. What number are you on?
Edits item. This is number 5. I typically put it on number 5. Edit that. Click the already selected.
Already selected. Yeah.
Go down
And
to
then what are you
map
putting there?
tickets, beacon. Oh yeah, I forgot. Type 8 in the search and hit search. Then go down to map tickets, beacon. Now everything here
Sure.
should be tier 8.
Type 8. Okay.
Yeah. Everything
And
here.
search.
Then go down to map tickets, beacon, and then just select everything for beacon.
They're already selected, aren't they?
No. They are selected, but they are a lower tier. This makes it so they think or you see them.
So I
Like
need
that.
to click them again.
If you have the tick on that rule 5, then you don't. But like if they're not ticked, share your screen. You saw how it was on my screen, right?
I think so.
Edits. You should have already selected 27 by the end of it. You should see these ticks only on the time mark 8 ones, not the others, which is why we searched 8 first.
I did.
Yes,
I did it again.
everything should have
So,
the
number 5. Oh wait, sorry. Already selected. 8. Search. Scroll down. Map ticket.
beacon, and then just click everything until you see the green border and tick around them, all 5 of them.
There's no green border.
Exactly. So click them.
Am I tripping?
Share your screen if you want. Let me see.
I am.
Click. Okay, so you didn't hit edit. Cancel this. Edit. Already selected.
Oh, that's where you clicked. I clicked the already selected first. Okay, you want me to click these?
Confirm.
You do this for everything. Every update.
No. Yeah. Confirm. You have
Can
it.
you show me how to hide the base types to drop from the thing?
From the league mechanic?
Yeah, because I'm assuming yours are hidden.
I don't always hide mine because it's a pain, but realistically,
Okay, it's all good if you haven't. I have some weapons. I guess it's his weapons.
it would just be here, gear, show. It's look for the color of name that you keep seeing that you want to hide. And then you can just untick it. Just like do that and it won't show up. Odds are you probably have to like do that for all the like lower show affixes until the bottom hide you leave, but like that's how you would do it.
Sounds good. Yeah, we ain't doing all that, right? Just keep the next map. Take the dot damage.
I just ignore them. I don't know why he insists on showing like just like I would just show the sequence items and that are not advanced or not basic.
Well, how's the POV sound?
Oh, did you finally hear the PoE sound?
Yeah. I don't know what filter I've been using. I don't know how old. Because I had a lot of filters from before. So I have not been updating for a while.
I mean, auto switches when you click the apply. It downloads it and then auto switches to it. So you were using the most up-to-date version. You were full?
I've been full and I didn't realize. Because I never actually looked at the error message. I thought it was a confirmation message.
07. Never mind.
Because basically I had all my filters from since I started playing. They brought filters into the game.
Yeah.
And then I had a couple, because I messed with both Dawn's filter and Duck's filter. Duck is a very popular filter creator.
I know Duck.
So I had multiple updates to both of them too. Yeah, let's just say.
You weren't actually updating your shit.
Yeah.
07. Now you should see the beacons a lot more obviously. It feels way better having them with that coloring. So I would never skip out on changing the color for it to apply his updates. If anything, I'll skip out on applying the updates even. Keep my shit if I really didn't want to do it. But I still update it like once a day. Because my guy be changing every Lord knows how long.
Does he?
I mean, every single time I open filter, it's updated. Like basically, I open there to update is how I see it. Like if I'm opening there, I know I'm updating. Triple combo. These saves, they're not dropping anything, no. I feel like I don't think I have seen a save drop something in a minute. So that rare is bugged, I see. Same with the chests staying on the map for whatever reason. All right. All those were trash mods. Minus early res when you take damage. Do you ever run that? Okay, you haven't run mods then. That's what one of the mods you could get.
Are you actually looking at them, or do you only just like change them when you die, and you realize that, oh shit?
I look at them. I look at them. I just look to make like it's not many lines. I just look to make sure there's nothing that looks like it's fucked. Like,
do you think it adapts to the kind of build you're using?
I know it doesn't.
Okay. So I guess I was just unlucky by getting cold stuff over and over and over.
Yeah.
Minus cold damage taking from enemies. Enemies take less damage if they have a crowd control effect. That started to do the damage to me because I'm like, bro, I re-rolled you. That's when I got the thing, because I remember I tried it once. I was like, oh wait, you have a limit for how many times you can re-roll?
Yeah.
That's when I got that. It's because I was like, because I tried to re-roll from that and it kept giving it to me, and I'm like, I don't want this mod.
Yeah, just I mean, what I do is I'm just very aware when I reroll once or twice, and if I see something that's uncomfortable but like not a deal breaker, I will run it and then I'll reroll it on the next map, because it's on a per map basis. It's not on a per confusion card basis, you know. If that makes sense.
It does. Kind of just doing lead mechanic every other map because I don't know. I don't love it.
Yeah,
it's more like a hassle. Like I get what they tried to do with the progression, but I hate it.
Like what I would do
is there a level after 4?
Yeah, there's 5. 5 is the final one. And for 5, I need 6k if I remember correctly. I need 6k, yeah. And I'm at 2600. And I go to 2600 just doing it in passing when basically if I have a boss around the car, I will. Oh god. God of War is at the start of this map. If I have a car when there's a boss, I will click the car because I'm going to be at the boss for like a few seconds, and I'll kill what I can, and then I just pick up the stuff when I'm running away, basically. If I can multitask with it, then sure. Which is why I really like Sandlord, because they will typically spawn together, so I just do both of them at the same time and then leave.
Yeah, that's nice.
And I'm pretty sure it was basically unintentional in that the places that could on the map that could support Sandlord, they made what are the places that can support the car, so they just move it a bit. So I think there are a limited amount of places on the map that can support the mechanics, which is why they're typically like where they are.
Oh, 100%.
But it works out in our favor because it just means we can do both of them at the same time.
Do I even start taking bounties if it's I guess they pay for themselves.
Yeah, they pay. You pay for the bounty and then you get it back, and then the item if you win. It's basically like automating. You're risking the coins to potentially get the reward. You just get your investment back and then some. I wish bounties give more coins than you put in though. I do think that would have been a decent way for people who aren't running it every map to eventually max out. I mean, of course, for that one, you need to have the bare minimum to have your bounty, to accept the bounty, you know. So you still need to do it to run it a bit, but then you can potentially use bounties indefinitely.
Level 3, you can do a bounty and get 1 FE. It's just crazy.
I mean, you can do the same thing in level 4. It doesn't respect your level. Triple combo and all I'm dropping is matchless embers. Well done. This guy is hasted. Why does this map spawn you so freaking far away? And I know it because I've died on this in that area so many times. Of course, it makes me do this. All right, let's go. Ooh, that's a lot of scraps. Didn't drop. That can't be right. Huh. Dawn, are you doing anything with memories? Hero memories. Hides normal to rare memories. Okay, we're not doing that here. We're not doing that here. What nonsense? That explains so freaking much. I was like, huh. It is so strange when I do this Void Sea Pirate whatever, and I don't drop a single memory. Like not even a rare? Huh. Not even a white one? That's when I remember the last time that happened.
When he does the line phase and you literally just don't like, and you like they catch up to you. Like, are you just supposed to be faster?
Steel Forge or what?
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I just take the death. Like I genuinely don't know what you're supposed to do. I've tried mental math in it. The only thing I've come up with is be on the side that has the most like width or angle of, you know, that you can run in, because you have the best chance of surviving there. But like when there's just that one that's trying to to beat everybody in speed, and that one is going to inevitably touch you, I don't know.
Yeah, like what is actually the design goal here? Because I don't understand.
Dash over
it's
it.
Literally made to kill. Dashing doesn't work.
It does with blink. Not act
Okay.
like you have to blink.
You might as well just tell me it does if you fucking. Like, I'm not respecting for one fight. What is this? Gauntlet?
I mean, I'm not respecting for one fight either. I just take the death. Brother, why are you giving me a damage avoidance? Okay. It basically gave me rare monsters get 50% damage avoidance when they hit low life. I rerolled it and it gave me the exact same fucking thing. I'm like, okay, you just took the piss.
Like, I'm dead. I'm just gonna stay with you until you're done. And I'll be back after. Stop using tokens. When did we start using tokens? Who gives a fuck?
Oh, you
Dude,
use
you did
tokens to save your XP?
I realized that I just never use my tokens.
Yeah, I did it till I got to 96 and then I stopped using my tokens.
Yeah, I think I might try to use it till 96. I'm just trying to kill him a lot because I basically farm his
Yeah. Nice. I farmed him for a bit, so yeah.
kill me. I'll respawn when I don't know through dance.
Life is so much easier when you just take the death. When you're like, you know what? I'm gonna die. It's fine.
Oh, there you are. Alright, whatever.
I'm gonna die, but then I kill him once he's done with his BS. And then you just hope you have enough damage to make sure he only does the spinning once. For me, it's only 8 O's that I can do enough damage for him to only spin once. In 8 ones, it's RNG. Sometimes I get it, sometimes I don't. I have 35 compasses left. What damage do they even do? This guy was just button mashing. Now when you run into a boss and my guy is just spamming the same moves over and over again because it kills you. How is it sustained so far?
Into.
What's that?
Who are you talking to?
You. How is the map sustained so far?
I mean, I have a good at beacons. I have like an average of 8 on each map, which is nice. I was basically just chain doing that boss, which is half HP, die, wait, half HP, die, wait. I had 80.
Yeah. Like even when I do the tiers, like I know I can do without any stress. I just know I'm gonna take the death. Like I think I feel like he has a force phase where he just runs down. Unless you like one shot him, maybe. I think you can one shot him. So you take him from like more than half to like 0. That would work. But unless you're doing that, he will just phase. I'm not entirely sure that would work.
Oh man.
Whoa.
Let's practice throwing this bounty doesn't really just troll me.
Lol.
It's really just take Yo, can I get 50 FE for the chance you get it back? Why don't you just rob me?
Like if you give coins back, at least we know like okay, so there is a word to it other than the FE. So when you
Yeah,
get
like a
unlucky, it's
coin
like,
boost. Like that actually just seems like a no-brainer.
but they give you
I guess this
exactly
game is
what you put
designed for
back.
people that are literally blasting hundreds of maps, but god damn, man.
I mean, when I said that's what TLI is for, I meant it. Like it wasn't until last league I think I fully understood. Like yeah, you're meant to blast like hundreds and hundreds of maps. That is the design. Like between yesterday and today, I had a very busy day, and I've still like, and between those 2 days, I run like what's almost 200 maps, and I wasn't on for most of today. And how much do I have to show for it? Like 2,000 something. Well, I have 3,000 ish, so not exactly.
So, what do you average for drop quants?
What do you want to average?
How much do you get? How much you use like for every map, drop quants?
I always just look for 60 drop quantity. That's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Like I always just wrote for 60. I'm not doing more. I'm not doing less. I go to 60. I look through the mod to see if there's anything that gives me, and then I run it. And if not, I refresh and I do it again. I don't like that you can get into a corner and then someone just pulls up a structure beside you, and you can't actually see that there's a structure beside you because you're in a corner. So like all you can feel is like you're trying to move and you're just not moving. It's like okay. Did I even drop FE in that map? I got the 9% FE thing, and I don't believe I dropped from any of the monsters there. Okay, there. Oh god, it's this guy. Oh good. Whew. Sunset Dome bottom. Before we go into the next map, let's see just how much we have. We have almost a full stack of Netherrealm Resonance. We still are not getting this because we're not already farming for it. These are still worth 0.25, right? Oh shit, they're going up in price. Maybe it's worth considering adding them. Winding keys are 43. We have not up to 2 full stacks of this yet. We should probably sell this eventually or just roll it ourselves. We'll probably roll it. We're almost at 4k FE from just running maps. I don't think we've sold anything since I hopped on, so most of that is just raw dropped FE. Oh shit, that means I'm much closer to my goal than I thought. All right, we just might be able to get to this stream is what that means. I'm at 3,800 FE and I still haven't sold any of the other things. So the question is, when I hit 4k from raw FE drops, can I sell stuff for like 8,000, 8,500 to make up for the rest? I suspect I should be able to, because like, I mean, I am self-sustaining the maps. I know I do have div cards I can turn in, so I probably have enough if I just liquidated a couple things now. And now the game gives me a 20 stack, so it is clearly a sign that I want to take another 10 stack. The game is feeding me. Holy, the stars are aligning, boys. The game might just want me to get my upgrade up before I end stream today, and if that's the case, I'd be happy. You know, I got impatient towards the end, like, my guy, do you not want to explode? And then I end up eating the damage. How many maps do we have left in our 20 map tests? No, 200 map tests rather. 29. An abundant one with defeats bodyguards. My goodness, can you all die, please? Thank you. 15 stack, sure. Ten stacks. Yo, the game is trying to get me to where I'm going, and I'm not gonna say no. Thank you very much, game. Appreciate you. Monsters deal additional damage to life. Ho 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 ho. How about no? Sure. We're about to run out of glacial abysses. So we basically farmed from like 80 something maps left to like 25 maps left off of just having 14 glacial abysses. All the while dropping from for others as well. Kind of pretty decent.
I have level 6 of the Lumadrake. Pack Spirit.
You see the mechanic pets?
Yeah.
Yeah. Congrats. The blue or purple? Leia takes more damage. Yeah, I have like level 1 of it because I pulled that thing once. And I have the purple one now thanks to the quest thing. Like at the very least I have those, but yeah. Who are y'all and why are you shooting me with crystals from the freaking sky? Is it like, oh, of course this fucker is there. I didn't want to go down in like the area I was fighting, because if I died there, then to spawn me at the entrance, and that would have pissed me off. Would have done giga dot damage. All right, we're out of glacial abysses, so let's just run steel forges. That's one of the cheaper ones. Plus, I do already know the steel forge. Oh, I do already know that steel forge is my current tree. And then the first pack drops me glacial abyss. All right, that's beautiful. Second pack drops me glacial abyss. They're like, my guy, get the fuck out of here. Go back to killing glacial abyss. I'm gonna be here for a bit. Yo got my time. Two glacial abysses. That's 4 in this one map. Needless to say, these guys want me out. But like I said, I'm gonna be farming here for a bit. Yeah, just get me out of there. Please and thank you. And that's another one. That's number 5. This isn't it. There's no special mod about this map that I'm aware of. This is just pure glacial abyss. All right. And we went to that map with 0. Now we have 5. That was dumb. I will take it though. I will take it. A truth fossil? Brother in Christ, stop chasing me with lightning. Map number 2 is already dropping glacial abysses as well. Okay, that was Steel Forge. That was the first non-glacial abyss we're dropping, which is still 6 in 2 maps. Oh, completely unethical. Another map, another glacial abyss. I know for a fact that this is just me being lucky, because I have done quite a bit of like Steel Forge, and oh my god, that's another 2. Dude, what the? Okay, you, what the fuck is going on with you? What was that dash? I don't think I've ever seen you dash like that before. Is it just because of the 30% quant card? Surely not, right? Is there a universe I should be juicing my quant up to 100%? That would reduce my overall profit, I think, simply because I would have less resonance to sell. But it might mean I have more. It might mean I have more maps to sell. So who knows? It would be more RNG though. I have 3 freaking bosses here. The good news is like 2 of them are the same, and they're kind of easier to manage. And by easier to manage, I mean Sid. Except when he does those dashes from nowhere that I've never seen him do except now. We'll get to that boss when we actually naturally walk there. That's fine. So like in this area, I can just stand here and we can full clear, except they spawn there. I think I'll take the reduced movement speed just so I can AFK the tower coins here. Real talk, if you really just wanted to farm coins, you could come here in T7s and just stand, just kill shit here. I don't know that the difference in coins across the tiers is, I mean, instead of dropping 3s and 4s, you drop 2s and 3s. So you take more maps, but you can just literally focus the season mechanic that way if needed.
That makes sense.
I guess it's an option that's available. I don't think I would do that, but if you if you really needed to, you could, I guess.
They damn bad.
Yeah, basically.
I was actually gonna ask you a question.
Okay.
What do you think of the potential? I mean, I didn't hear your thoughts. What were your thoughts on the trailer?
Lots of cool things potentially. It didn't look like they fixed my biggest gripe with minions in last epoch, sadly. The fact that they trail behind you, they don't have that aggressive feel that Torchlight minions feel like. PoE feels like we're aggressive. They don't have that. They are always lagging behind you, and I saw that in the trailer. But the acolytes rework did.
Real talk, have you put that on the suggestion box? Because I actually someone might just have not put that in the suggestion box yet on their Discord.
Yeah,
I actually get a genuine response from the dev on it.
I could write up something for it potentially.
Because who knows? Maybe you put that shit into the pipeline before release.
Maybe. I mean, the similar
So
things have happened on PoE.
Yeah, they just go, oh shit, yeah, like what's a mirror work without this? All hands on deck. Yeah.
Yeah, because like, I mean, that's like the biggest feels bad about minions there, where it's like they always lag behind you instead of like being the first to engage for your melees. No, you engage and then they will catch up to you, and that always felt bad. And there's no working around it. There's no solution to it. In PoE, there's aggressive that will make them do that. But like in last epoch, it's like, no matter what, even if you're trying to command them like in front of you, which is already too much of a hassle for the regular player to do. I have tried it. It's just, it still doesn't work out that way. So yeah, but I am looking forward to seeing what they actually change and like how they function and whatnot.
They said the change isn't really like Sentinel. Because with Sentinel, it was, let's change volatile reversal because it's such an important skill for the class. And because of that, different things change. This was more of a diverse change across the class, right? Because there is no one, skill like volatile reversal for the thing. So I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
I did see one of the uniques that was there was very interesting. Looks like there's gonna be more.
One?
Yeah, like I kind of really like the idea of all start scaling or stacking. The question is, will it be possible? Because remember, items in last epoch were weighted to be like, not even weighted, they were always going to have your primary attributes, and I don't think all stats was even an attribute that could roll on gear. So I'm curious to see how.
In a row now?
I don't know if it rolls now, but the base types, there are two base types that had all stats, so I'm assuming there's now more support, and maybe there'll just be more like now maybe it'll roll. But like in the version that we do have access to now, we can't actually roll all stats as far as I remember. You can roll int, you know, you can roll. You can't even roll an off stat unless you have to roll your stats and then go to that other special map to change that to a stat of your choice if you wanted like an off stat in the current last epoch. So I am curious to see like how they support the all stat stacking. I also really liked the set completing ring. That has so much potential. I really like that first line it had, the counting
I
as
have a
this
set
thing.
Adam enjoy.
Cause like I remember thinking to myself when I was making the minion build, the last one for Sentinel, where I was like, I would really like this set bonus. It'd be so much damage, but like the third item is just so ass that I couldn't justify wasting an affix slot on it and stuff like that, or something. I don't remember why, but like it was just so ass. Like it just wasn't an option. Oh no, I think weapons was unique already, so we couldn't go for it, and so that would have been so nice to have. So like when I saw it, I was like, oh shit, this is big. I love this. Now the question is it like, the question I would have is it only items you're wearing? Because like that would my guess for balance reasons. Or if you wear 2 of those rings, do you complete every single 2 set item bonus in the game? You know, because that would be strong. Because then you just, if that is the case, you just insta gets like so many 2 set item bonuses that the ores is giga, your +1 level is kind of really strong, your what else did you get, all attributes was also pretty strong, stuff like that. So I'd be curious to see, but I wager it's only counts for sets that who you're wearing items from. That'd be my guess.
You can drop that shit as soon as people just didn't give them the reaction they expected.
What was that? Oh, they dropped the news and then when people were like, huh? And they dropped the trailer?
Yeah. Reddit is on fire.
Lol. 07.
Oh shit, a rare pack spirit upgrade. Damn.
A rare packed spirit upgrade? Like generic insignia or?
Yeah, from the mechanic reward track.
Oh, so that's where I got that
I'm
shit
gonna use
from.
that on my cloud gather, I think.
Not the one for flame fuel?
FE. Yeah.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Gets him to 6.
Wait to 6? If he's 5, it might just be worth leaving him at 5 and naturally upgrading him when the next one comes.
7.
You already did it?
I'm ready to map. Reaping the benefit. Oh yeah, I should have probably leveled something else up because I have an I used 2 FE ones and then 1 Ember one.
Yeah, because like
I should have used it on the Ember one.
My thought process is I mean the last upgrade is nice to have, but it's not make or break. But if you had to get him past that, you'd have to turn over the extra insignias elsewhere, which is just less value for actually dropping him. Whereas you could get even more value getting someone else that's not a 5 to like a 5 or a 4. And then eventually when they do give, even inevitably like give us a free cloud gatherer, you just go to 6 and you still have +1 level elsewhere. It's just, I mean, that's just playing the long game versus the short game. In the long run, it honestly doesn't matter much. That's just the reality. It probably doesn't matter too much. giving him 6 or giving someone else 6. It's just min-maxing in a way that is unnecessary. But it's what I would do. I haven't even used my upgrade insignia, to be honest. I saw I had one and I was like, I don't know where I got this from, but I mean, cool. I can't use it on any legendaries, sadly. So like that, but it's cool.
Surely I pull one soon.
Like a legendary drop.
Surely I finally pull a cute pet.
Have you actually pulled for his shit?
No. Once, yeah.
I think before I would get the courage to do that, I would have to like either be ready to spend money on the game or just I would have saved up
Well, I
for
didn't
a
need
couple of
my
seasons.
money. I had the currency.
Yeah, but I don't know that it carries over for like between the seasons. I'm not sure. I don't know.
I just got the boss secret thing. Kill with our
secret thing. Like secret map.
Yeah.
Nice.
Where you just have bosses fight you over and over.
Yeah.
That's skill with our thing.
No. It doesn't use your tree.
Oh my god. I just dropped a dawn break. Oh.
We're almost at 4k FE. Do we just keep farming until we get it, or do we just keep? I think we just keep running maps until we're out of compasses. We have 16 more to go. By the end of these 16 maps, I should have achieved money. What is the thing that is weird obstacle? I really hate when the stage has all this the cannons just randomly firing. I really dislike that.
Yeah.
Feels very,
I was
very
telling Roshan
limiting.
today that I was doing a nightmare and I actually spent like a minute just dodging shit. I was like, dude, what are we doing, man? Like I'm dodging the Watcher, I'm dodging the Nightmare Boss, I'm dodging landmines, I'm dodging like barrages from the sky. And at some point I was just like, bro, I'm not even playing. I'm just running around. I can't even imagine what that would feel like if you weren't automating. Wait. Oh, wait. Did I just proc the thing?
Proc what thing?
All things are doubled. At the league mechanic.
I don't think you can proc it without source.
She showed up. She literally showed up. She drove around the...
Do you have her?
I don't think so. I have level 6 of one of the small one.
I don't think they can do that. She's the one that has the thing. Like if I go to Outlaw,
I think we should read. I think we should go read.
I guess Lumidrake has 5% chance for all reward units. 5% chance for all reward units in the Netherrealm to be recorded by Professor Source when they appear, doubling their rewards. Takes effect immediately after starting carjack. So it's a 5% chance, and then it gets boosted by 1% later on. So Lumidrake has it.
Okay.
And Shroshroom has. Shroshroom has.
Imagine having the pets.
One, and then of course she has a. She herself has 18% beast. 18. Does that surprise you?
I guess not. I think we're running out of pools currency for the season though for free.
Did you do the I always do hunter fund. Did you do that?
I actually just did that today. I still
Yeah.
have to kill Traveler for my last.
Yeah. It's very good bang for your buck. So every season I just do hunters fund and I do pass and that's it. That goes the extent of my pain. To think I got 200 maps with like 450 FE, and with those 200 maps I've made over 5k. I'm currently at 4k, so I made 3k FE and I've not sold everything, so like probably 4k ish FE is like how much I've made from those 200 maps. And it could have been more if I got lucky on the Glacial Abyss boss, or if I was just selling Glacial Abyss instead of gambling that. I guess if you weren't using your T8 maps, that's why you might have just not been breaking. You might have been just barely breaking even. Now that I'm thinking about everything, it's all kind of starting to make sense. But I don't think Netherrealm Resonance would be a reason why you wouldn't break even, like, unless you're going for like the more expensive one, like, you know, actually doing Glacial Abyss instead of like running Steel Forge. Because like when I was first into T8, I'd just be running Steel Forge because it's the cheapest one, or Voidlands. They typically are cheaper than Blistering Lava Sea and Glacial Abyss, and by keeping that cost lower, I could afford to make less in my maps and still be very profitable, and of course just by default make more per map. But that's kind of interesting that they made that change for Lumi Drake, because like typically for most league mechanics, their blues and purples don't really have the chance to double. Sandlord was also made that way, where the blue, where is it? Wrong one again. Pact. Sandlord. She has the chance to replicate. But this guy just bring back Laborer, so no, this one is not it. Bring back Laborer, bring back Laborer. So yeah, they don't have chance to replicate. Okay, cool. Never mind. So yeah, Outlaw is the only one I know that has the chance to just double on their blues and purples. Yeah, that's new. That's good to know. It means there's even more reason to have these guys. So I could upgrade you, I guess. Is there a mechanic whose purple I would want to... I have both of these 6 because of how much I rode this Sandlord mechanic. Yeah, I don't think there's any purple I really care to upgrade. Genuinely. I don't have any. Right, these 6s here. We aren't 6 here. But I think it's also fine. Worst case scenario, we hoard. That's can't go wrong with hoarding. You very much can. Do not listen to me. What the fuck was that? We are 5 points away from being able to just spam Glacial Abyss Watcher for a bit. We can't skip out on this guy. Like we just can't. My guy, why are you charging at me? My dude. So that is 3-4 bosses already. Six bosses. So 7 bosses in this map. Nice. Man, would just be sniping. This is another very high boss count map. Why is Outlaw still, you know, playing its sound? Ooh! Is a juicy guy. 5 glacial abysses. Dude, How I be getting stuck in corners? I don't understand. Like, I'll get stuck in a corner like that and just won't be able to move. Can run 3 more maps without filling up. I am getting good at finding those empty spots. Get your butt over here. Okay, now we can continue my map. What? Hello? Escort bodyguards, yada yada. Sure, let's just do that. This map is giving me maps. Thank you very much. I'll take it. So 1 in 10 stack. Sheesh. Lol. Arcane is trying to get banned. Look how man is trying to get banned. But what do I do? We're at 960 raw, almost at the 4K. I'm hoping we can cross the 4K mark by the time we actually finish with. By the time we actually finish with the next however many maps are left. At this rate, it looks like we might be able to finish it. Simply because we've gotten another bounty. I'm hoping it's an astronomical bounty so I can just get a 90 stack. But I guess they're not guaranteed to be 90s. They could be below. It's abundant though. Oh, vault key card. Sure. Defeat reinforcement and there's nothing I can do to fail it. Other than, of course, not kill the reinforcements. And that is a 20 stack indeed. The bounty goes on, but I killed the reinforcement, so I don't have to stay. Some trash compasses, but it's okay. And a 10 stack. Come on, let's go, let's go. I'm really hoping I can complete the 1k without... I just noticed what this fucker was doing with those things that were flying around. I was like, huh, where have I seen those before? I wonder. Literally, I see them right before I die every single time because I always forget. And I mean, most times I just don't see it. All right, 8-1. Let's go do Glacial Abyss. She will easily give me what I need. That was such a silent drop. All right. Because you can just spawn right on my head. Because why not? I was hoping you would actually give me some raw FP. I hope you know this. I was kind of hoping, you know. There we go. That's the FP we talking about here. We need more of that. Just more of that, if you will. You dropped something, I guess. Nah, you can do better than that. You're a whole watcher. You can do better than that. Come on. Don't be like that. I'm gonna need more 10 and 20 stacks. Or just maybe multiple 1 stacks, if you will. That's still just 4 though. I guess beggars can't be choosers. Is there any combination of modifiers chaotic ending can have that it's worth any amount of money? Because like I am yet to see something. Look, that person's scooping. Like I said, I am yet to see some good. T1 armor for minion cast speed. Would be fine if this wasn't the movement speed slot. We got 7 maps left. We need to go get the God of War thing. Holy. Are we actually gonna get it today? Oh, maybe. After these drops? Sheesh, maybe. Come on, I'm gonna need you to die so I can actually take my time to appreciate these drops. Four glacial abyss and 3 lava seas. Oh god, where did you come out of? Dude, where did you learn this freaking dash that you keep using? Boom. We are now officially over 4K. So we basically, yeah, we're at 4K now. So I guess one thing we should do now that we are here is we should just take stock of how much we have, because I am getting tired. But we still have, well, 5 maps to go. We can do it. It's just 5 maps. We can do it. It's just 6 maps, rather. It's just 6 maps. Now that I think about it, odds are we're not going to get it on this stream because we still need to liquidate the things we got so we can actually get to 5K. And then from the liquidation would be where we get the money for the upgrade. So I guess what we will end up doing is we're going to end up calculating just how much currency we actually do have, and then, you know, pricing everything else and all of that good stuff, and then just listing it. Then we can see where we're going to end up, and past that I'll buy it off stream, and then we'll be back tomorrow to showcase what our new damage looks like. Uh-oh. You're about to do the thing, ain't ya? He didn't do the thing. He did not, in fact, do the thing. I am up to 18. I forget the name of this zone. I'm up to 18 of it. Glacial Abyss, that's the name. I was trying to remember. This is not the boss, this is the the blessed monster variants. Oh shit. What a banger to end the maps on. And it's the final 4 as well. All right. Okay. I'll full stack my mods, see if the increased number of maps we draw from those disciples. Like the disciples here should drop. That's what we're talking about. All right, Lego. Oh, this is a cube map. Not the greatest for raw loot, I guess. Whenever I see cube, my mind just says, yeah, it's not, you're probably not dropping too much raw on this map. But like they're much like season mechanic enemies, which is like they just have they just drop less loots. But like, or they have a less loot multi or something. They still drop loots, but seemingly less than other enemies you can kill in like less amounts, right? So I think they're balanced around you just be having access to a lot more of them than the average enemy. I mean, that's fine. Beautiful first pack with the guy. But this is a shit on of void lands, which is not great, but glacial abyss takes the cake with 2. We just need to make sure we're printing or we're killing as many of these guys as they show up in our map. I don't think the extra drop quantity is really doing too much from. Brother, where did you appear from? My nightmares? What did I drop? That sounded like a proper thing, but just 1 FE. Oh. Thank you for dying. You will not be missed. Get the fuck out. This map has had a decent amount of beacons, and these are not even the Queen's Disciple guys anymore that I'm aware of, at least. We killed the Queen's Disciple at the start of the map, and then everything else was just natural drops. So Jerry, reducing my armor. Holy fucking shit. All right, let's switch that. Rare monsters gain whatever. Dude. What is weakened again? Please don't be movement speed. Okay, that's fine. Ah, don't like it. I don't like it one bit. But bosses don't get affected by the rare monster modifiers, thank God. So, yeah, rare monsters, they're uniques. I still don't think I've run into the special enemy, the Queen's people, the Queen's disciples. I've just been dropping naturally. Now when I run into the Queen's disciples, okay, we need to do the bounty here. What do you have? You're just a decent guy. Defeat bodyguards. All right, let's go. Ten stack. Another 10 stack. Only 5, but like, I mean, we'll take it over nothing. Is this the last map? The map we've all been waiting for. The final map. Let go. Another bounty. Sure. I won't say no to that. Escorts. Yeah. I am done with this season mechanic because I have got into the whoo. Now that's the special monster. And we still have one to kill. Thank you for the beacons. Appreciate it. And stack. At this rate, we'll have over 100 into the 5k, like 4,100 FE at this rate, which of course, you will not find me, you will not catch me complaining. I need the currency. I need all of it. I need as much as you can give me. I need more. All right. And we're done. Oh, map wise, we have 23 glacial abysses. So we're going to keep all the glacial abysses and sell everything else as we usually do. I mean, we can just sell the glacial abysses as well and keep everything else. Like we have two options there. Not necessarily even keep everything else. Can just keep one that has like a decent amount, like say Thunder Waste or Blistering Lava Sea, and just sell that. Because again, this is like just giga money. But the question is, do I want to do that? Or do I want to keep trying to get the ticket item for Glacial Abyss? I'll be honest though, I am more of a, what do you call them? I'm a risk averse player, if you will. This Vortex Heart needs to go. Anyways, Sinful Plunder needs to go. I don't know how much you're going for. 10. All right, let's do the main exports now because those guys are done. How much did we end up with? We ended up with 4,081. We're just going to do sort it and sort it, because by sorting it, I'm able to see the full stacks of things. So you are full stack and you're going to sell for 100 FE. Holy fucking shit. Okay. I mean, don't mind if I fucking do. Maybe you would, I mean, now leave it as is. Winding keys 0.6, so that's under 55. Snow paper is going for 58. What else is an export of the strats? Compasses. I will sell everything else and keep Glacial Abyss, just like I did yesterday. But low key though, if I were to sell the Glacial Abysses, I'd get 100 FE for just 23. But yeah, we'll sell the others. These are so much cheaper though. Does it actually make sense? Eh, we'll live for the big drops. And then sell all the ends. All right, I think that's pretty much it. Like I'm forgetting something. We have the winding keys in there. We have the Netherrealm resonance. We have the maps. I think that's all. So how much was that in like this? This is like 80 something maps. So this is 100, 205 if you count this row, plus 58, 58, and then snow paper 19, 60, 49, 44, 28, and then 9. 530 from the 80 something maps with little input costs, self-sustained maps. Only input cost was the compasses, or were the compasses rather. Anyways, that would be us with 530 FE above 4,000. So that puts us at 4,500. Well, 4,600 because 81 here. If I really wanted to, I could liquidate some other things like this. I could do some extra liquidating, but first, before we do anything else, I guess, we do have some div cards to also turn in. So let's turn it in. Okay, that puts us at, that took us to 150. The things are now selling. The resonances are, some of the resonances already selling. So overall, we ended up at like 4,600. What does the necklace cost again? I'm tired of having to retype this, yo. Going to run me 5k minimum. All right. In that case, we have more farming to do, is what that means. If I were to really liquidate some shit, maybe I can squeeze out like 5k. But like, I see much less embers as things I'm just going to use eventually. I have 1,600 precious. That's 240. It's 150 something. I really have currency elsewhere. And if I really wanted to, and this is like really wanted to, then I would just go ahead and send the shipments in Oasis. Because I do have currency in here as well. I do have currency in here in the form of, boom, these guys. All of these guys, easy currency. I think if I were to try, I can almost fill this out with 16k, and that'll be like 1,000 FE. I think, because like 16k is a lot of value. 16 mil rather is a lot of value. But again, this is a case of I'd be screwing myself over in the long run in terms of completing these guys' requirements in the name of hitting my quota now. Which I guess is, I mean, there's two parts to it. A, I would get more currency by, you know, upgrading the thing over time. But B, I'd be saving a lot of currency by actually buying the thing I want now versus later. So we'll have to see how that goes. In any case, we are going to be ending stream here. I'm kind of tired. Well, other than that, we are also going to be farming some more because we aren't quite there yet. I was really hoping by the end of this stream we'd be there, but we aren't quite there yet. Freaking thing getting more and more expensive by the second. Like, why? You don't have to do that. We're all friends here, I think. Like, we're all friends here. What is going on? But yeah, at the same time, some of these things might actually just be expiring as well. So like, there's also that angle to it. There's also that angle to it. But we'll see. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Let me make sure on my div cards are actually decent money. Yeah, nothing is pretty decent money. So if I really wanted to liquidate, it would be my elixirs of oblivion, which would be, how much are they going for? 0.42, so 66-ish FE. Oh wait, we have a key card to run as well, but that's realistically not going to give us too much currency. Like, it's going to give us some currency, but like it's going to be like 100 FE. Maybe slightly less or slightly more. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you guys. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, I think. Yeah, that is tomorrow is Saturday, so that should be when I stream. So anyways, till then, have a good night.